Hey everybody! Welcome to
Hello.
the second episode of Daisuisen. I hope everyone's having a good night. I certainly am. I'm excited.
Absolutely.
The first thing to do is obviously running through introductions. So I'll give it a start for us so far. I'm Christian. I'm the GM. I do Daisuisen, and I'm really excited for this one. I'm really excited for this one, guys, as I am for all of them. But at the same time, this one's just really getting for me. I have a Patreon where I have mini RPs and teasers for sessions as they come. Basically, we had one up for the character for today last week, and for this week we've got a special. We're after this session, I'm going to upload and release one for the next week's character. So come on and come take it a look. We've also a bit of shills on my end first. I'd also like to point everyone out to 2-Minute Tabletop and Ori the Cartographer for getting a lot of, for basically all the assets and a ton of like pre-mades in this actual game throughout the entire game. They made this so much more doable, and I'd absolutely suggest everyone go take a look at their stuff. And last, the track you're hearing now and a few of the other tracks that are variants of this one were made by Zephysonis on Twitter, so give them a look too. But that's the end of my shills. Let me pass it on over to our player today, the kid, Aram.
Hi, I'm Aram. I'm going to be playing a kid. I don't really have anything to shill. You can see me on some streams over on twitch.tv/surprise round RPG, as well as on this channel. Thanks, Christian, for inviting me to your game.
Absolutely. I'm really excited. It's going to be fun. So, with that, we got one more person. That is Chad.
Hey, it's me, Chad. And like many things, I exist. And in my existence, I create art, like the art for today's PC. You can
Yes.
check out more of my art and support me over on my Patreon. I hope you're having a lovely evening and ready to go. It's Patreon, Giovanni Chad. That's Giovanni without the I and Chad at the end. I don't know why I'm doing this voice.
It helps with the shilling. It gets it automated, you know? So, okay. I'm going to get us going if everyone's ready.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, let's get in it. So, this whole thing takes a bit of time. Living life, eking out your own existence. Every day in the country of Mitsutai can be a struggle for some. But for the people who live in the town of Omani, that struggle goes to the next degree. The land of bitter honey, as it's called. A place that reeks with coal, tar, and swamp water that washes across the land. The runoff from the mountain, reaching down to the village itself, to the land. This is a place of sulfurs, coal-burnt scents, smeared black landscape lit by the fireflies. A land that cannot bear the weight of its buried secrets. And for one kid, this is also home. Aram, you are pressing down your shovel against the dirt, once more scooping up this dirty, bitter soil out from the ground. The swamp water splashing across as you dig it up. It's sitting only inches deep beneath the dirt. I want you to immediately give me a roll to die, and also let me place you back on because I don't see something. There we go.
Oh, I'm bigger now. Oh, never mind.
There you go.
For just a moment. A roll to die, you said.
Yes. Alrighty. Pick one of your stats for me.
Okay, well, even though it's a 1, lock in that yellow.
Alrighty. In which case, today's a particularly sluggish one. You're going at it, and now you're going to give me a roll to die, as once more you move that shovel down against the earth. Now, because you're digging, you do get a bonus to this as well, but
Digging.
pressing that shovel down against the soil, it goes up. You take
Oops,
the dirt.
I should have done a complex one. Add this.
Okay, that's good, actually. The dirt hits behind you, down against the ground, and with that, you've dug up a nice hole here. It already seems to be filling up with water, which is about the usual in this place. All the same, you've got a few bags with you. One client wanted something buried out. Again, no details, just a plain bag. The other wanted something dug a little bit larger. Now, this is a hole about the size for the smaller thing. You'd imagine it should keep, though. All the same, you grab that small pack, shimmy on down into this hole a small degree, and you sort of press that package up against the roof of the dirt hole you built. You push it in and start refilling in that dirt, almost filling this in between a spot in between the water and the dirt itself. You imagine this one should hold for at least, hopefully, a week. Might need to come back and check on it just in case. But there's running out of good spots that seem to get easy storage. At least spots that where everything doesn't come back up. All the same, you shove that package down deep, cover it up again. The smell of the area is starting to shift up to your nose once again, as newly surfaced swamp water starts releasing from deep beneath the earth. All the same, one job done. But the bigger one, that ain't going to be good here. Something like this, that'll surface up too quick, probably before you even leave. A bigger package needs a spot where there's some sort of foundation already laid in the earth. Something that'll be held down with stones on its own right, instead of just the earth on top of it.
She wipes a little sweat off her brow as she taps down the land to flatten it again and get rid of any sign that there had even been a hole dug here, which thankfully is easy because the swamp quickly kind of just paves over it naturally. But where to find some nice rocky ground that can host this whole other thing?
You might know a few spots. You could. Let's see. How about you give me a roll to die really quick? This one should be easy. All right, yeah. You contemplate. Well, there's one spot. You dug something down there last week where you met that strange dude. That old foundation of the good stone building. That place. The stones that still hang there. They can hold bigger packages pretty easily. It's more of like, if you dig down and deep enough, you can put it down, and by the time it tries to resurface, it just smacks up against a bunch of stones. All the same, the dirt's a little rougher there. A lot of stones in the dirt, even beyond the foundational stones, so that one's going to take a little bit of effort.
She takes out her canteen, unscrews the cap, and peers into it, tries to gauge the remaining water level. Nuts. There's enough for a work day, but it's always hard to end on the big package because often start getting more tired, you start wanting to stop and drink water more, and you end up running out halfway through, and it just makes the rest of it a hellish exercise, standing surrounded by the humidity and the swamp with no clean water to drink. It's gonna be one of those days.
You resolve that to yourself. Though, all the same, if you can just get that package buried, most likely you can get back to town in time to pick up some of that rice, maybe get that canteen filled. Silver lining to a rough day. You begin heading out. And as you move, you walk across these swamps of Omani, moving down and about all the way through this similar landscape. The grass itself almost dyed a sickly color, moving past and occasionally just catching a firefly that comes on by just to keep your reflexes going. And eventually, kid. Let me just. I'm getting here. You head up to that spot I mentioned before, the place with the foundation. Heading on down, you notice some of the trees tipped over. This spot, still that errant campsite, just sitting here alone. But you move on up. And now, the next spot of the day. Just gotta get digging here.
Stops briefly and walks the perimeter of these ruined, crumbled walls just to make sure there's no weirdos hanging around this time.
Yeah, you check around, keeping your eyes back and forth. Doesn't seem to be anyone around keeping watch. Whatever it is about this place, but travelers always seem to like to stop through here. All the same, nothing this time. So, keeping that first perimeter check, you head on inside. Now tell me, kid, how do you fix this place up? How do you get this dug here?
Oh well, the kid's got a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
If travelers often come through here, this is like prime burying ground, except for people tending to be drawn to the idea that they're gonna find shelter here. So she moves up here and prepares to just obliterate this campsite and dig straight into this to leave less encouragement for people to come here.
All right, yeah. So you kill two birds with one stone by essentially digging on down, messing up this campsite, and you end up digging down this package in here instead. Turn this hearth into something of a grave, putting down that package, putting it deep in, and you believe that the rocks that surround this site should give it a hand, keep it helping going there. And if someone goes and places another campsite on top of it, well, at the very least, it should help. So give me a roll.
Roll to dig.
Roll to dig. Ooh,
Man.
okay. So for this one, well, let me roll really quick. Okay, no. So, kid, you try to dig down and unearth this campsite and toss this package down there, and you start digging into the soil, and you hit that point. Drown down that canteen, and you just feel the sun beating down on you this evening. Putting your shovel down deep, you dig up another piece of the hole, keep going with it. And at a certain point, once you dig deep enough, good 30 minutes passes and you've only gotten down about 2-3 inches in. You have to chip through all the wood here, and then you start to realize why the campfire was even put here in the first place. This little dirt pit was tossed on side of a bunch of rocks deep into the foundation of this building. At a certain point, you just stop. You're going to take 3 damage as the exhaustion starts to hit in a little bit, and you realize I'm going to have to pick a different spot here. Unfortunately, this campfire is going to, well, the campfire is destroyed, but your package isn't going in instead.
Looks down at this non-hole, glowers at the too thick layer of rock, and the root that she hit turns around, looks at this tree. It looks at this tree. You win this round.
You head away from the tree. One more time that campfire has bested you. All the same, you've got a job to do. Give me another one of those.
Yeah. She puts shovel blade to earth again, further to the south, away from the tree. And you know what? I think this feels an appropriate time. I'm going to use my head down, heat up gift.
Yeah.
She goes and starts digging another hole, and even though she's away from the tree, even though she's away from the campsite, she just gets the worst possible thing that can happen when you're digging, which is just hitting a completely random rock full force with your shovel when you're expecting dirt. And there's a loud ding, and
you can
pulls the
feel
shovel
that
up,
Mhm.
chipped the blade.
You chipped the blade of your shovel, and beyond that, your hands are ringing now. They were already feeling a little, just feeling the calluses starting to form from shoving it in for so long. But after that, too, the radiating pain that came from slamming the shovel full force into that rock just sits for a moment. So you drop the shovel. When you pick it up, you notice the chip. And you stare at that large package, and you realize that almost an hour has passed now between different spots trying to dig with. And this unwieldy shovel, this painfully large package that you have to drag across the ground. 3 more damage, as this time you do get a rage counter, however.
Yeah.
You feel your temper starting to build up. All the same, you have a feeling that, well, you could keep digging or you could head back to town now and just handle this one tomorrow. What are you feeling, kid?
Well, she knows she doesn't give up, but also she knows how the physical limits of her body work, and the chances of starting a third hole with a now chipped shovel in her fatigue state and managing to get this thing deep enough into the ground to call it a job well done. Very, very low chance of that succeeding. But she's not going to turn around and head home because the job's not done. She whacks the shovel into the dirt just enough for it to stand up, sets the package down behind this wall, and she is gonna rest here, curled up against the package, against the wall, for however long it takes to get her strength back, even if that means she ends up falling asleep out here.
You nestle up to the package with its soft exterior but obviously hard interior. You press up against the wall and you hear your helmet click up against it as you look up to the sky. You gaze up at that sky, cloudy and all the same. You feel that exhaustion hit in, and you rest for a bit, staring
Nice
up at that
having
sky.
a pillow for once.
One more day in Omani. And with that, you pop back up after getting a little bit of rest. I'm going to say, give me another go. You're feeling revitalized.
She hops back to her feet in a single motion, pops her shoulders a little. It's, I think the sun is almost down at this point, which means it's going to be twilight digging into night digging.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got a light. She'll be fine. And
You.
gonna try again. Yellow. 1d6.
Oh boy, that's one probably will. Yeah, all right. Ko, you get back. Oh, Damn it, I said it! Alright. Kid. You get back in it. You dig. And you finally make a hole big enough. You chip in it, drop the package, manage to get it all settled in, and then finally deposit that dirt right on top.
Good riddance, you sack of shit.
Yeah.
Slings her shovel over her shoulder and glares at the chip in it.
Damn it. Well, you got both packages in, so you're gonna get the money, but all the same, you're gonna be stuck with having to get that repaired or just getting a fresh one. That's gonna chip into the costs. Well, gotta get back to town. Shops are gonna close up not too soon, and you gotta make sure you get there, because you're out of rice, quite frankly. Just got to the end after some generous portions.
Yeah, just got to the last of the weirdos' rice.
You start heading off. And as you go, you make your way across this swampy outcrop from the town of Omani, until eventually you make your way all the way inside town. And moving along past these multiple, almost gray-topped buildings, the town itself still sort of bustling in the night. You notice that this town never stops bustling. In the day, people are working, moving about, all sorts of stuff. And in the night, everyone's running around to get some sort of pleasure somewhere, trying to get some use of their life in generally like that. But also, night comes, pretty easy for you to make your way around town. Don't know exactly why, but folks have taken to calling you a ghost. And ghosts are scarier at night.
Yeah, no, night is when Kid prefers to be in Omani, because night is when she's less likely to get hassled.
Yeah. You move on past these multiple shacks covered with little tarps to block holes for rain. You notice some people move. Oh, that's weird. That's an errant problem. Let's drop you again.
Or an Aram problem.
An Aram problem.
I have legs.
Yes, you do. So, you find yourself stepping into Omani once again. You notice the people all flanking around you, moving past and forward all about. Some people seem to kind of make their way around you as you come, moving across. Others just walk by you with little care about you at all. That's how you spot a superstitious folk from someone who's just moving across life, really. Though, up ahead, you notice that big stretching building, the one the mayor stays in. That's the one who gets out your payments. The person who actually gives you most of your jobs. Most of the people have to come to him for a lot of things. The small package was a private deal, one you already got your cash for, and you've snuggled that deep away in your coat. But the other one, you're gonna have to go talk to the big guy again.
Good thing the shops here don't close.
So, you make your way up, and as you go, you're stopped as someone kind of comes up. You would assume, oh, is it a guard? Until you look at him. No, it's not a guard. A guard wouldn't come this close. A guard wouldn't really care about you too much. A guard would give you, not respect, that's not the way to put it. No. This person, there's someone who's been giving you a lot of trouble recently. They kind of arc over, leaning over to kind of get on equal footing to you. This is that gosh damn brave robber. He arcs over, and Chad. Oh, Chad, are you there?
My mic decided to betray me.
Oh, that sucks. There we go.
Hey, it's that kid.
Hey, it's that adult.
Puts a big hand on your helmet and would scruff your hair if there wasn't metal in the way.
Go. Sorry, God. Candle goes out.
Oh,
So, what you got to report in today?
did a job, here to get paid.
Might not want to head in right now. There's a mighty argument going on. The man stretches. Seems like he's been waiting here all day just to get at you.
Go. God damn. Oh, you light your candle again.
Bustily
And-
gets that going.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see the raised eyebrow if the candle's not lit. It's important.
It's
Yes.
very important.
This person you know is Azra. They came into town not too recently, and they've been stuck here with the rest of us. He's been running around all over the countryside, trying to find valuables to dig on up. Easy living, that's the catchphrase that keeps bustling across your head every time he starts talking about it. He's also the one who's responsible for, well, stalking you out, trying to figure out where you bury your packages, since no one really seems to find them when you bury them. He's generally just a headache.
He looks at the shovel you have. Ah, little chip in the shovel, huh?
Find anything good today?
Nothing you've buried, kid.
I know.
How is it that you hide it so well?
Shrugs. How is it you don't look so good?
Oh, come on. That ain't very nice. No one teaches the ghosts around here how to give some manners to an elder?
Wouldn't know. I ain't died yet.
See you, kid.
Hey, kid, you just standing there. What do you want to do?
Well, first of all, guess I
Candles
have-
once again. Well, you respect the idea there ain't no some big argument going on, but also, you know what else you respect? A purse full of money before you go shopping.
Yeah, no. There's nothing for it. Gotta go in.
All the same, you head on inside, moving your way across the only nice building in Omani. Oh no. Okay, so in that case, before this next scene, I'm just gonna call a really quick break while we get Aloha back in because this thing's crashed out.
Didn't just blow out the candle, he blew out the stream.
Blew out the sun.
The screen goes
Alright, cool.
black, end of stream.
And we never saw that kid again.
The kid dies.
So,
The murder mystery. Blow out the one candle, and then lights come back 5 seconds later, and everyone's dead.
okay, so getting back in it. You move through the only nice building in Omani, heading on across these nice halls. Even got a second story on this one. You head on up, find your way up to that meeting room, and you just kind of pop open that door to step on in. After all, if you're already interrupting a meeting in progress, well, hopefully you could just grab something and leave. So, moving on inside. Kid, first thing you see, you see some people sitting on the bench over here, talking across the way. They seem to be exasperated above all else as your eyes drift over and you run across and see the face of the wonderful head of your community, Mayor Baron von Mayer. He stops, looking directly across. I don't think you quite understand. I have no interest in the slightest of doing anything with your measly village. You understand?
But you haven't even looked at the cloth samples we've brought. There's so many trading opportunities. And think about it. We're both on the map, and...
No, you don't understand. I we get plenty of goods in from golden beaches. We have no need for more cloth export. After all, I have all the cloth I could need. Just take a look around. Besides, the clothing of this place, doesn't. He kind of, pulls on his trench coat a little bit. Well, I prefer a more sturdy fit myself.
Our cloth is plenty sturdy, thank you. Maybe if you would just look at one of the samples.
He stops. I don't think I will. I'm quite sorry. He stops, looks across. Oh, but there's one thing I might be able to do for you.
Yes?
You should try stopping by and shopping at our market for a little bit. We have quite a wonderful set of goods for sale. How does that sound? Oh, you're still locked into something. Yeah, you gotta, yeah. So, you go in blue.
What's that sound?
He stops, looks across, and you feel exasperation fill across as you see that opportunity starting to slip away. As the man looks directly across from you. Now, one more opportunity. Tell me one good reason that I should take on your sale of clothing, cloths, etc. Why should I buy from your bulk goods?
Well, think about it this way. This is like a swampy kind of area. People's clothes get dirty a lot, ruined even. If they had more available to them, maybe, I don't know, just some quality of life.
Oh, the people, you say? Ah, yes, the people of Omani. Yes, I care quite much for them. Ah, but what you suggest is a bit unnecessary. Yes, there are some clothing damages and all, etc. But clothing is a luxury for the miners of Omani, and as I did say back in my homeland, spare the rod, spoil the child, you say? He takes the fan, fans his face a little bit, and then closes it up, places it on the table. So why don't you get on out of here, huh? Or, perhaps I'll do a rather good deal. Here, he passes over a paper, a little deal that he gives in front of you, and Coco, do you look at that paper?
I look at the paper.
That paper gives you a layout of purchasing prices, etc. You look at it, and you see the most exorbitant rates that anyone's ever given you. You've been to the Red City. You've been to every city. Every of the main three. You've been to the land of Kanko to trade. This is the most absurd rate you've ever seen. This would put your village destitute. This is a joke. Coco, you've been getting bombarded by this man for a while now. I'm going to say this is the snapping point. Wound an attribute for me.
I think you know which attribute I'm wounding.
Killed you with his harumphing.
These... wow. These are some rates. Come on. We're leaving.
Your guards step up, and they They notice how you're getting, and they quickly start to shuffle you off and away.
One last thing!
They immediately swoop over. Oh, what's this?
As they're holding her back, she grabs her sandal with a broken strap and throws it against this deer head.
This stupid town sucks!
They pull you back and start dragging you out.
I'm never coming back here again! Do you know how many goods I lost here?
Gets pulled out slowly. And then, oh, what a childish tantrum. All the same. Oh, speaking of child, if it's not my dearest kid. How goes it?
All the time that was playing out, the kid crossed the room and has been twiddling the antlers of these various mounted heads and petting them on the head and snout. She stops and turns around when he addresses her. Just gives him a nod. Did the job, here for my pay.
Of course. Kind of stops, stands up, and moves across. Your pay, of course. A necessary function of society. Yes. He rumbles around his chest over here, pulling out a small little cabinet, pulling something of a bag, and he goes over and places the bag on the table. You should find every coin accounted for. You do such good work.
She picks it up and opens it up and sits down on the bench and begins painstakingly counting, indeed, every coin in it.
The mayor, sorting through his papers in front of you, shifts an eye up as he watches you sorting the coinage, and he ends up kind of checking and looking across. I've got another job for you if you'd like it.
There you go.
Hello?
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. You stare across at the man, and he regards you ever so slightly, seeing your suspicion. Now, don't be so concerned. It's just another simple burial job is all. Just need you to drop a package out into the deep swamps where no one will ever find it again. Nothing special.
She puts the money away and then looks at him again. What's the package?
He kind of gestures over behind this folding screen. It's in a red bag over there. You know the mine closed down?
Yep.
Yes. Well, there's some foul business. Regardless, I want you to bury that away. It's related, I'd say. For poor unfortunate circumstance.
It's from the mine, or you want me to bury it in the mine?
From the mine. Oh, good heavens. You're not allowed in the mine. I've shut it down. I know. In the past, those mountainous peaks have been good spots for rocky burial sites, so off limits for now. I just wanted to let you know is all.
Yep,
She takes
the red. Oh! I control the bag. How heavy is it?
Oh, you drag this thing. Oh, that's heavy. Give me a roll to do. Just kind of figure out the weight of this thing. Oh, it's heavy is all right. You drag it and pull it behind you, and you can kind of lift it up, but it makes you a little unbalanced a bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a bitch to carry around town while shopping, but she doesn't really have a choice. She's not going home and then back again.
Yeah. The mayor looks across. Yes, I expect that to be buried by sometime tomorrow.
Right. I'll come back. Let you know. She sets it down in front of the screen here over by the door and wipes her brow. Anything else?
No, everything seems amenable with me. You have a wonderful night.
He nods and not looking at him, crosses the room to this stuffed animal head and picks up Coco's fallen sandal and gives this snout a gentle pat where it was struck, and then turns around and heads out.
Are you taking the sandal with?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be great. So you take your bag and your
That's
sandal.
a whole
you have.
sandal. She
That's
just
a whole
gave it
sandal.
away.
Yeah. Oh. You depart. Your new loot in tow. Are you going to the market with that bag?
Yeah, nothing else for it. Just gonna have to tough it out till she's done shopping.
Yep. All right. Go. Yeah, let's see. Okay, right here. You stumble on inside of the market. The bustling of the people, everyone moving around. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll put you here for a second.
Just want to make sure you knew.
Yeah, thank you. You're heading off to the market as you hear the bustling of people all around, everyone making their last-minute purchases. You, amongst them, you stumble on in. Let's see. Well, immediately to your left, walking now, there's that shoe shop you could probably barter off this sandal to. First things first. And beyond that, well, some food up ahead, though. All that other stuff's a bit rich for your blood. You're going to need to probably go for some rice today, because you still need to get that shovel replaced, too.
Yeah. She walks by. She looks longingly at the meats. That is not something she can afford on a day she needs the shovel fixed as well. She will stop off and see if she can get anything for this single sandal.
The merchant comes up to the side and moves over and like, hold on. Getting close to the merchandise, and then look, what is it? What do you got there?
A sandal.
They check that, and let's roll to do for me really quick. Let's see something. I'm going to roll to see how they are. All right, just be a 12 for me.
Refresh my memory. If I'm rolling to do and not using an attribute, is it 1d20 plus 1d6 or a raw 1d20?
It's plus 1d6.
Okay.
If you're not locked in, yeah. All right. The merchant looks at you with a little bit of suspicion. They check down at the sandal, engage the look at the snapped hold of it. Otherwise, seeming to be generally of good repair. They check you and break this out digging again.
Nah, someone got a little angry, decided they only wanted one sandal.
Oh, well. As long as it's not worn beyond repair. They kind of check it again. Just a sandal, not the second one. All right,
well,
we have
like
a few.
Said, they still wanted one.
Yeah,
apparently.
They stumble back on inside and plop it down, and then reach over and they grab just a few coins and go over and deposit them in your hand. We have a few spares now. So, go on. Unless you're buying something.
She looks down a little mournfully at the pittance she received, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, it was a freebie after all.
Yeah.
Maybe if you were a bit more fortunate, you might have gotten some more. You see a bunch of people crowding ahead. This is the spot with a bunch of bags of rice, water, etc., and all that stuff up ahead, and it's just congested up the road. You got to get in there, too.
She spares another longing glance at the meat over here, kind of quietly shakes her head. You couldn't have thrown both sandals, cat lady.
You squeeze on through the crowd. Something that's not too hard after all. You're small, but kind of squeezing on through with that bag around your back makes it a bit more difficult. All the same, you press your way across, and eventually someone steps up, and someone almost shoves you out of the way really quick, meaning you're kind of stuck for a little bit until finally pulling on away, you do get your opportunity as someone else stepping up gives you at least a little bit of mercy and lets you step up first. Oh, whether it's mercy or fear, not quite sure. All the same,
Doesn't
you go up with
matter.
your coins. Doesn't matter. You're getting some rice. The sailor up here checks down and kind of goes out to the back, or reaches over to the side, pulls out a little bag. This good?
2 bags.
2 bags? Okay. Reaching back, pulls out 2 bags and deposits that over down right at your feet.
Yep, she hands over the money and starts to turn away, turns back. You know anyone who can repair... she holds out the shovel. You know anyone who can repair a blade? I don't want to get a new one.
The person in front kind of waves their hand again. They're not trying to make contact with you, and you realize they don't even want your beer. They threw the bags before you even paid. They just want you out of their face.
She stops for a moment. So, is that a no?
No, I don't.
All right. A new shovel. That is not cheap. If she wants a new shovel with the amount of money she has left over, then she's going to have to haggle, which is just about her least favorite thing in the universe to do.
Yeah, you kind of check around. If you wanted to get a new shovel, you could probably squeeze your own way past the line again, head up here. There's some practical goods up here that you could probably trade for. You think about it. The mine's closed, so there might be some mining equipment that's on sale. Stuff that's no one else is buying and they're not being able to sell. You might be able to sneak some out. Again, it's haggling, but maybe you're in the one advantage this time.
Yeah.
This person checks across and like, huh? What? Kind of looks across you. Oh, you're that digging girl, right?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
In the market for a new shovel, for digging.
Kind of stops. Yeah. Steps on behind, reaches back. How much you willing to drop?
Well, the way I see it, you should have plenty in stock, since she kind of looks in the direction of the mine. No one else is digging, right?
They kind of stop and turn around. I just need more money because of that. I mean, come on. I mean, look at this. This kind of gestures around. You're about the only one in stock right now who needs digging, so I don't. We're kind of screwed right now. What with the mine and all that shutting down? I mean, I'm not going to be able to afford nice bags of rice like you can, apparently. I'll tell you what. They kind of stop and then move up and kind of crouch down. Must be hard. What? Digging with all that weight on your back. I mean, hell, he ain't even half my size. Kind of turns on behind. How about I get you a shovel? And all I'm asking for is enough for about 4 bags.
Out of character, does he mean four bags of
4
what?
bags of rice. 4 bags of rice is the general standard there, which is pretty damn expensive, actually. You still think that's probably... Actually, roll a die for me.
Goal to detect swindle.
Yeah. What are you feeling locking in there?
I'm gonna... Can I I don't know if this is rolls to do only, but can I auto fail this?
Yes, you can do that too.
Swindled?
Yeah.
get swindled and get mad about it.
Yeah, sure. So failing. That sounds about all right. Of course, the kid is.
She really wants. She's like that. She's like, shit. I don't know if that's reasonable or not, but that's more than I was hoping for. That's pretty much all of my money. And she thinks for a bit, and she looks, and it's nighttime. Like, the sun is completely down. She's so tired, and she just sags and hands over pretty much the rest of her money.
You do so, and they're like, there we go. Thank you so much. I'll be eating well tonight. I think we both will. He kind of reaches on behind, pulls out a shovel, and kind of plants it forward. Here you are. Why don't you give it a go?
Yeah, she takes it and kind of weighs it in her hands a little, taps it against the ground a few times. Is this at least a respectable shovel?
Well, yeah, it works about. The grip's all right. It seems to be secured on. The handle doesn't go flying off the moment it hits the dirt, so that's good. So yeah, this seems like it's good quality.
Yeah, all right. I'd like to make a digging roll to assess shovel quality.
Okay, do that.
This is very important.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so, all right. There's one problem.
First high number on this section.
There's one problem. This handle's kind of ass, but the shovel head's good. You think it might be possible? You could probably you might need to whittle down your current shovel handle a teeny bit, but you have a feeling if you were to take off the shovel head and plop it on your current shovel handle, it'll be a lot better. You don't know what the hell this person or what the hell the shovel was made out of, but it's not going to last. But using a little ingenuity, you can make this work.
Yeah. She considers and decides, yeah, I can make this work. Just nods to the man, slings the shovel over one shoulder and the pack over the other, kind of grunting at having to assume that weight again, and carefully turns around and begins walking away through the crowd.
You head on straight down, and that path straight down will take you out of town after a good distance. And as you move, you pass some of the vegetables, probably some of the stuff from Omani itself, some of that disgusting tasting crap. And then you almost come to a dead stop here. There's a smell that's almost uncharacteristic to this sick land. This place, the town itself, smells of mud, moss, and coal all mixed together in some gross cocktail. Then you just bake it all continuously in the sun, mix in the moist clinging smell of people, and it leads to one of the most sticking sensations in your nose that only finds respite in some kind of, or you only find respite in the most airtight of rooms. But amidst that, walking this close, you turn your head over, and there's something warm, sweet, and nice smelling over here. You make a roll to die for me really quick. Okay, so you can maintain control of your senses. I don't know what your blue stat is, whatever your choice will be, but I'm going to tell you. Over in this corner, you see a man sitting inside this stall selling dongos.
Is this the legendary Dongo Man spoken of in myth?
This is a dongo man, all right. The only dongo salesman you've ever seen. A resplendent figure that stands beneath.
Oh boy. Are there any other people around this stall, or is it just this Dongo man smiling at her, or not?
It's just the Dongo man looking at you, just almost mimicking your expression as they kind of look across. Do you want to get a Dongo?
She really wants to get a Dongo, first of all, and second, she really, really would prefer if there were other people, like, loitering near the stall or interacting with the shopkeeper, because she really, really wants to assess the Dongos without eyes on her, but this guy is just looking at her like a potential customer, and it's really... She thinks for a bit, sets down the pack and the shovel in the street here, and approaches.
You approach up. You go in, and kid, in that moment, you take the last few coins out of that pocket, put it on that front counter table, and you're given a dongo. Efficiently, quickly, it's deposited in your hands. You look at it, and you take that bite. By God, it sure feels good. You
Oh, man.
indulge every bite.
I
Just-
didn't know if I would even use this pog.
Yeah. That, you know what? That just about makes the day worth it almost. You finish it up, kind of pin that stick in your clothes, because, I mean, a nice stick will probably be pretty good. Actually, I think you pin it on the bag because it's still a little sticky. And you pick up everything, and I'm going to say, let's just really quick. You restore 2 HP. It's a little
Yeah.
something.
She's like less than 3 minutes and into resuming traveling, that she looks down, that she can like conspicuously feel the absence of the weight of all the money that she was given, and just quietly mutters, "Ah, piss."
Well, there's one more thing, however, I should mention. As you're standing there, kind of reflecting, you feel something. Well, more like you hear something. You hear an echoing patter, something dropping on your helmet. And then
Preemptively
Another
putting
one.
my candle out.
Yeah. Rain starts pouring down directly on top of you, and you make your way out. It's time to head home. As you head out of town, the town also starts wrapping up its activity as the night starts coming on more and more, and you move out of this old, just rotting town, heading off into the swamps yourself. And now, hopefully, you can get some kind of way back home, but all the same, you can't get back far enough before it starts raining. The drops start coming down even more. You feel the bags on your back start pulling up with water, which only makes the whole process even slower. All of that added weight of the water hanging down. The water itself disrupting the swamp beneath you as you start to move. Everything around you beginning to get just a little bit harder to trudge through. It's dangerous to be out in the rain, but there ain't a place in Omani that'd be willing to hold you. You just got to get back home. As you move, you find yourself heading across the water, and finally, you struggle over the rain, reaching your way through and barely able to see much of an inch in front of you as you start to move. Let me just pull you over here. There's only 2 good things about the rain like this. When it starts raining as bad as it does now, it gets a little more manageable. You're going to be over here, by the way. You might barely see yourself beneath the rain there. You sort of struggle all through, leaving and heading across the rain. Yes, as the rain washes away, it sure does make things harder to traverse, but at the very least, it's a lot easier to handle the smell and bear with it. You start making your way across, moving across this rain as best you can. You kind of see the stream up ahead as you figure out if you can maybe get over that or not. Might be good to walk around, though those branches that seem to hang over there are probably mighty slick right now.
Oh, come on. Yeah, the rain, fortunately, is mostly directed off by her helmet, but it is so hard to see right now.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of tosses the bag over this log rather than trying to step over it while having the huge weight on her shoulders.
Yeah.
Her pace has slowed so much. She would
Yeah.
normally have been home hours ago.
As you slowly make your way across, feeling your ropes just getting soaked, you stop as you notice something. You're not the only one out tonight. That ain't a good sign. As you're struggling through, you notice in the back, just barely beneath the fog, there are figures, all the way back where you came from. Over the roaring rain, you can hear them yelling at each other or making some kind of strange noise. A yell, a cry to themselves, but all the same, trying to stay hushed in the same vein. The rain's intense. They kind of keep starting to move. Ko, you've had this happen a few times before. Specifically, you've had it occur where a bunch of people will come after you. Really for no good reason at all. Well, besides one. That rice inside your pack. They were wondering, as they kind of struggle across, you almost instinctually kind of dip low for a second. I'd like you to roll a die for me.
Okie dokie.
Ooh, okay.
And I'll lock in yellow.
Let's see how they do. Oh, okay. You kind of try to get low, pulling yourself through the rain. Again, the water sloshing as your foot almost steps into the swamp, and you have to catch yourself from falling on in. And you hear the voice call out, "Hey, kid! Hey, stop there!"
She does not respond immediately. Before anything else, she turns and takes a quick look at the ground. It seems like there's a lot of brush here. So obviously she doesn't have time to dig down into the dirt. But before anything else, she takes the big heavy pack because this is her future payday, and her professional standards demand that she can't let herself get mugged and lose a thing she was supposed to get rid of. So she takes the big heavy red bundle and stuffs it into the brush, and then thinks for a second and takes out the bags of rice that she purchased, wraps them in a little cloth, and stuffs them down as well. And then she rises up and looks across through the rain at the people who have followed her. Yeah, what do y'all want?
Pretty dangerous out here. What's all the rush? They kind of step up, climbing on the branch, this main leader bunch. We was just wondering, kid. Maybe you wouldn't mind parting with some rice? Be most kind of you.
Well, you weren't wrong. It is awfully dangerous out here. The middle of the woods. We can barely hear each other, even now.
Yeah, that's right.
Hope y'all brought your own shovels.
They stop, and they kind of look directly across at you. Oh, now, no need for shovel work. Come on now, kid. They kind of step on up, getting on top of the branch a little bit, and you notice they have a trowel in their hand, also known as the baby shovel.
Yeah.
As they kind of look across. Hey now, kid. I'll tell you what, we'll be kind with you. How about just a bag of rice, you know? We'll let you off easy today.
Yeah. She considers for a moment and picks up her shovel, kind of sets it down nonchalantly near the base of this log. That's mighty kind of ya. Unfortunately, if I start giving it out to you, you know how popular I am around these parts. Everyone will be wanting my rice come tomorrow.
He stops, looks across. That's some kind of big deal. Ghosts don't need to eat, do they?
No, they don't. She's gonna, wait, she had jammed her shovel down in here. She is going to abruptly press down with great force on her end of the handle and basically lever this log to flip it over and send this man tumbling off this rain-slick surface into wherever the fuck he's gonna fall.
Oh boy. Yeah, give that a roll. Oh, do you want to... Okay, do you want to give that a roll? Go for it.
Yeah. This is roll to do.
Would you like to use your counters?
No, I don't think I need them yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
With her using the shovel in this manner, may I have my digging bonus on this?
Yes, you can.
Lovely.
All right, let's see. Okay, yeah. Kid, you plant that shovel in, and once you pull, the log itself kind of the tree trunk itself sort of shifts. And since everything's already so slick and uncomfortable here, when that shifts, it causes almost a chain reaction. These two logs resting on each other as this person loses their footing pretty quick at the sudden jolt, falling back into the actual swamp itself. The log itself almost rolling and twisting a bit as he stumbles back down, hitting into the swamp itself and starts to try dragging himself out, but also sort of sinking down underneath. You look across.
Know, ghosts don't need to eat, and ghosts love company.
That rings out. The other two look across. What do you do next?
Are they giving me a moment to act again?
Yes.
Okay. I think, what's her read on these guys? Are they now just like, oh, get them, or are they,
they're
intimidated?
They're... Let me roll for each of them, actually. That one's good. This one. Okay. One of them stops, turns around, and starts kind of backing up. The other one, however, moves in the opposite direction, kind of coming at, looking directly across at you. And they seem to pull out just a long piece of driftwood that seems to have a few nails at the end of that. Gonna take that helmet right off. They pop on over.
Then, yeah, my answer to the question of what is she gonna do is she's gonna immediately hit the deck, making use of her small stature and the terrible visibility conditions. She's going to follow her possessions into the brush and just get ready to fucking wing this guy in the kneecaps as soon as he's in range.
All right, give me a roll to do.
Let's see.
Let me just see. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I think should I keep my previous roll to die?
Yes.
Okay. Then okay, I'll just roll to do. I'm not digging, but I'll just keep my swing. No d6. There we go. Bip. What? Passed a non-number for bonus. All right, I'll just do a. You know what?
Yeah.
No, that was a roll to die. Oh God, I've ruined everything. Roll to do.
Okay. There we go. That's already good enough. Yeah, this one kind of starts fording across this swamp, holding on to the edge of the branch that sticks out to the end. When he crawls on up, ends up getting an unfortunate face full of metal, as you almost smack him, or not face full, but actually knee, as you said. Smacking the knee, stumbles back, holding onto the branch, and almost the rain's kind of attempting to wash him away. You look directly at him, knocking these both back. The other figure seems to pull this guy out, who seems to be gasping for air, and as this one is sort of holding on to and kind of trying to just pull themselves out, you think this is the best opportunity you've got to leave.
Yeah. She's gonna grab the bundle and her rice from where she left them. And she doesn't want to... She feels like if she stands up and starts pointedly, like, trying to run away, that will encourage them to chase her. So she's pretty much going to army crawl through this grass, trying to maintain stealth and appear to essentially just vanish to them.
Excellent. And as you pick up those bags and start crawling away, you vanish into this rainy mist, almost like a ghost would. And you find your way crawling across, successfully getting your away, meeting up to the river, and then almost pulling yourself across another one of these creeks. You finally, after all of that, you end up making your way back home. A home to you, an old abandoned place for the people of Omani. A place that has absolutely no use to them anymore. You're at the bottom left. Weathered, pretty damp right now. Not entirely shaded from the rain. And home to Omani's not-so-holy wish-granter. The one who makes things disappear in the town where things have stopped disappearing. You crawl your way across, at this point covered in dirt, mud, and everything else. You move on inside. You see that gate hanging once more. You crawl your way on up.
She passes through, she wearily dinks the side of the gate with her shovel.
100 other dinking marks on that gate lie next to it as you start your way through.
She dinks in the same place consistently, so there's like an actual perceptible divot, shovel blade incision on the side of it by now.
Oh. And so, you end up heading on inside. Moving into your shrine area, and ahead you see that small little shrine entrance. A place where prayer used to happen when the folks of Omani felt like prayer was something they should do. Now, it's just a home. This place is kept clear of just as much as you are, so it makes a good home. Though, all the same, you imagine people will be able to find you here at some point. Though, no one's come checking that. You do get those packages, though. People sort of leave them up here. Not quite sure if they leave them for you, or maybe they're leaving them for some god they believe in, but all the same, you stumble on inside.
She gets in, and she sees, she sets her stuff down, and has a moment of, like, victory of, like, okay, great, I made it out of that, I didn't lose anything. And then she realizes she had 2 shovels with her. And she still has her new one, which she used to do that trick. But when she grabbed everything and left, she forgot her old one. So now she's got this shitty-handled shovel instead. And she dumps everything on the floor and just quietly mutters, "Assholes."
You stumble on inside, depositing that new shovel of yours. This small place with a few bags, a few pieces of wooden planks, a mat that counts as a bed, lacking a pillow. Shovel drops to the ground, and you, soaked with mud. In fact, tonight, you feel like it might be best not even to sleep on that mat, because at least if you sleep here, you won't get it as dirty. It already is dirty, but wet and muddy is a different kind of different dirty than, like, dusty and, you know.
Yeah. She just, she tosses the helmet off. She takes her ribbons out of her hair. She takes off the outer layers of, like, her poncho and coat and heaps them on the floor and just sleeps on them as a makeshift bed, even though they're getting wet.
You lay back, and you find that sleep doesn't come so quickly and easily. Even though the rain's making a nice torrent on your roof, you kind of sit back there, and you kind of pull yourself up. You're so dang hungry right now. You kind of go over to the side and you look at some of that rice. You grab the bag, and once you pop it open, you realize, dang, this this bag, it's covered with all that swamp water now, kind of soaked on in. It's all the same. You kind of creep on to the edge of your roof and go kind of leave your hands out, kind of get some, just something to soak away the rain with, or soak away a little bit the rice, and then slowly sort of sort that out, place it back down, get it in your own bag of rice that you have, your own supply that's running low, and then you pull up one of those boards and you try to find a spot here that might just be have some form of heat, somewhere where you can lay down a pot and maybe just be small little fire or something.
She gets about this far and stops and contemplates. Everything's soaking wet. The rice I had to wash with rainwater to try to deal with swamp water. And on top of that, she spent good money on that Dongo like an idiot. And so it like that has to be her dinner, she decides. Like she can, to make up for that, she gets to have either dinner tonight or breakfast tomorrow, and breakfast is going to be more important, so she is going to have sleep for dinner.
That's gonna have to be it. You pop that rice back and kind of hit down and look up at the ceiling. You know, one thing that's kind of nice, at least your roof doesn't have holes in it yet. But you kind of sit down. What kind of thoughts drift to Ko when sleep doesn't come? When a grumbling tummy and a bad day, what comes to mind?
No holes in the roof still. Must be the gods' divine protection. She doesn't remember the faces of any of the guys who came after her, and is a little annoyed by that at first, and then thinks, yeah, but even if I did, it wouldn't matter. There's nothing I can do to address that. There's no way to get justice or revenge for getting mugged, not for her here. So it's just as well, because now she won't have faces to fixate on in the dark.
Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of always true up here. Don't have to fixate on those faces, they're just stumbling by. No person to place all of that annoyance on. Much like all of the statues on the outside of the shrines, the faces have worn away years ago. Or minutes ago. You kind of pull yourself over a bit. Ko, this is a fun one. Roll to die to see if you can fall asleep.
I fail.
Okay, you fail. Oh. Okay, you're gonna take 4 damage as you once more toss and turn around on the floor, hard, covered, still damp, stomach hungry. You finally get those people off your mind, but that's all that's left now is just a mind racing around a ton of different things. I'm gonna ask you again, what's on your head? What's in that brain? Or do you want me to say something and just give you like a topic that you have to mull over because you're stuck up late, you can't think of anything?
I think she spends the next like block of lying there with eyes closed, not falling asleep, thinking about whether like there's something weirdly comfortable about this routine. Even if it's contemptible, it's familiar. But she thinks for a little while about whether there's anything else she could be doing. Sometimes, ever since they closed the mine down, she thinks about what she does now and what she used to do back when she was a miner, and which she hated less, and indulges in a few fantasies about what if, now that the mine's closed down, what if I sneak in there at night mine, and slowly and like maybe find something valuable, and sell it, and then be rich, and get to do whatever she wants, or even if she doesn't strike it rich, if she could spend all night mining and also keep doing her day job, that she could eventually accumulate some savings at least, and maybe have 3 meals of rice a day, and maybe the occasional sausage, or dare she even consider some more dango? Oh shit, that was a bad idea. Now she's hungry again.
Yeah. Yeah. At the end of that almost wish fulfillment kind of fantasizing, you get back on food. Always back on food as it starts rushing back to your head. You occasionally think about that rice, but you also understand that it is for the best that maybe you don't get into that now. You already indulged, so that kind of guilt kind of piles back on for a little bit until finally, you don't know when exactly it happens. Maybe it's the exhaustion. Maybe it was something about the monotonous quality of the rain. Maybe there was just some form of peace granted about reflecting on your routine, though you highly doubt that. All the same, you fall asleep, kid. And when you wake up next, the world meets you just the same as it left you. We're going to call our first break right here. Aram, you're doing great. I'm having a lot of fun.
Thanks. I didn't plan ahead to channel broke ass millennial Gen Z college student, but here we are.
Suppose so. Sleep for dinner. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get some music playing for a second.
Watching you be hungry and poor made me feel like I was hungry and poor, so I ordered some food from DoorDash.
Yeah. That's honestly a really charming thing to say. Good job, Aaron.
Good job, Aaron.
Hooray.
You reminded me that I'm hungry and poor, and now I'm even poorer, but at least I'm not hungry.
Well, Aloha, all you had to do was learn from the kid's mistakes. She wanted that dango. She knew it was a bad idea. She bought it anyway, and then she paid the price.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what's worth the price, though? Subscribing
the new
using
McDouble
Prime Gaming.
From Oh, okay. Yeah, that also.
And also subscribing to Christian's Patreon, which is, I think, Afro Menace, right?
Yeah, it's Christian Sibbett.
Christian Sibbett. Yeah.
You know what was worth every penny back in the day was the McDonald's double menu, or dollar menu, on which you could get a McDouble and a McChicken each for $1.
Yeah, but why
no shilling for McDonald's on stream?
Why get a McChicken or when you could get mini RPs featuring great characters such as this kid at the $5 tier?
Sponsored.
Hashtag it's roleplay for dinner.
I'll go and actually take advantage of this break back in a second.
Yeah, yeah. I'll swap out and do the same once Aram comes back. But first, I'm going to check in chat and kind of catch up and read.
If someone could link Christian's Patreon for me, that would be great. I can't stream and link at the same fucking time.
Yeah, super fair. I'll link that. It's mine. I'll do it.
It's always like I realize how important I am now because you guys are just like talking about your Patrons and stuff and not saying the name of what your Patrons are. Just expecting the link to magically appear in chat, and I'm like, I can't do it, guys.
We've grown spoiled.
You're shilling for no reason. No one's gonna know what your Patreon is.
Yeah, we've grown spoiled.
I love the vibes.
I love the vibes too. They're great.
Hi, Christian. Just wanted to say that the scene setting and vibes are really great. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love how different they feel from the first one. That they all feel. Let's hope Daisuisen can change your lives for the better then. I mean, it's got rice. It's gonna need rice for that. Maybe a dango.
Yeah, you can change my life for the better by using your Amazon Prime subscription to get Prime Gaming and subbing to us for free. That's the last one. No. I didn't get it.
I smile.
I love shilling so much. I find it so fucking funny.
It is. You do it very well. You do it very funnily.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Just eating my McDonald's fries.
So let's see. I can't see if we've had any subs because I see at the top there's like subs here and there, but I can't see if those are like recent or from a day ago.
But yeah, thank you everyone who subbed.
So thank you everyone who subbed regardless.
Yeah.
I'm really appreciate everyone has. That's that good shit.
When you caught up in the sauce, bro, it's hard.
It's hard.
It's really
hard.
hard, but we know, we feel
it.
We feel.
It's very different vibes, but it isn't so different that it feels like a different series. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think the thing I like a lot that really helps for me is doing those different like a lot of the ambience only tracks and stuff really helps.
Yeah,
it feels a lot quieter on average.
I like what you've been doing with your narration ship recently.
Thank you.
Where you've been basically changing it up to fit the vibe like of the session. Of like the series and stuff, because it's just like there was like Indigo Phantasm where you switched up your narration for that like weird ass shit, and then it's like last Daisuisen, and then this one where it's like you're filming a Cracker Barrel commercial, you know?
Yeah. Also, someone in chat, sorry, I don't have money to pay for the patrons. That's totally fine. I really love seeing you in chat and viewing. That's honestly enough. But I like seeing you here, so don't feel guilty.
Oh yeah, your eyes are enough for me.
Yes. Aram, you're back. I'm gonna trade out with you then.
Yeah,
sounds good.
How you enjoying it, Aram?
I'm enjoying it. It's fun being miserable, to be honest.
It's so hard. Aram, I'm so glad that you're finally understanding what it's like to be poor.
At long last, my time has come. Dumped my stock portfolio out the window, replaced it with rice.
With rice. A little bit of dongo as a treat.
Yeah.
As a treat.
Rice scones are going up.
As a treat. Yeah. Yeah, I stole Brennan's joke. It's fucking funny. It's like just having ambient tracks I like more than music, I think. Like, I mean, obviously there's like times for it and times when not to, but I feel like it just adds just this different, intense vibe. Because to me personally, ambient tracks are more noticeable than music. Because at certain points I feel like I like tune music out, right? And it's just the power of ambience and silence is massive.
I'm back.
But yeah. Alright. So everyone done with your break stuff? Everyone ready to keep going?
Yeah, I'll be ready to keep going. Let me just let me just try one thing really quick. I'm gonna just click this and hope this doesn't break everything.
Jay in chat. That's the comment of a man who doesn't want to get over the barrier.
Don't say that to me.
Let me just do a test roll to die really quick.
Mhm.
Let's see. That lock. Okay, API still working. Good. Alrighty, yeah. I'd be basically ready to go then. Also, Aram, since we are here, let me get you caught up really quick again. You buried both of those things. And you, as a result of that, since you got both done, I'm gonna say you get an extra 10 experience to spend.
Ooh.
Spend it mid-session.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yeah,
still.
I'm gonna sit on it for now.
That's a free extra 3 HP, or maybe a bonus to one of your attributes. That's pretty good. Oh, all the same, we got ourselves something else today. So let's get back in it. Hey, kid.
Yep.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hop on up, and God, you're feeling that lack of sleep now, but the thing that really woke you up was that humid heat fresh in the morning from all the rain from the previous day. You crawl on out of your shack, and well, I can tell you straight up, you eat some breakfast at the least. I mean, let me pop the button. As you leave that shrine behind you and head on outside.
Oh, let me just put the roof back on.
There
we go.
So let's
now that it's no longer raining.
Yeah. Now that it's no longer raining, we can put that roof back on. You head on outside. You've got this big bag again, and it hasn't gotten any. It's dried off a little bit. Still not sure what the hell's inside of it. Stinks a little bit, but everything does.
She checks around to see if anything else got left for her overnight.
Unfortunately, looks like no one hiked on up. You're not sure if that's a lack of business or maybe the rain. All the same, you got a bag to deliver.
Deliver to hell. Walks out.
You step on back.
Tink.
You pull out that new shovel, give it a tink, and then move on through. So, here's a question. You've got this package to deliver. It's not too big, but it is a bit unwieldy. The big thing is seems to shift around a lot. So, you
Like
think
the contents are loose.
Yeah. So you think that means you might be able to stuff it into like a tight hole and kind of mend it around a little bit, but it's probably not going to take somewhere with like a big foundational spot like that other spot.
Well,
But
she wouldn't go back there anyway today
Mhm.
because she never goes back to the same place within like a week, because that's a great way to
Yeah.
get people to notice where she's burying things.
yeah, so you kind of had with that in mind though. There is one good spot you just kind of come to mind on. There's one place you haven't buried in a while, but there is potentially a shovel you could find there if you're lucky.
Just need a handle, really. This piece of shit twists the handle of the new shovel. 4 bags of rice. Could eat 4 shovels worth of rice.
You stumble on through, and making your way across, you end up heading back to that same spot. That swamp in the middle. Let me just copy over there. Today's particularly uncomfortable, I would say. After a rainstorm like that, everything's gonna just catch in the air. It's like moving through soup. Doesn't help the smell, I'll tell you that much. And you also got to watch your step. Very easy for someone to struggle on through, moving through the swamp and end up smashing down into the water. You could get lost, drown, etc. All the same, you head back to that swampy spot, hoping that maybe you can find that shovel if it hasn't washed away. You start looking across. First things first, gonna need a dig. You see those dislodged logs up ahead, that spot before, but no immediate sign of your shovel from this glance, which means it might have washed into the water last night, which...
Rustle. Yeah, she kind of feels around through the brush as she goes, even though it leaves little fragments of grass and burrs and things in her coat, because might not even be visible. She might just have to stumble upon it if it's still anywhere around here.
Yeah. So, question. Are you going to dig first, or are you going to find your shovel first? The other one.
Oh, she's gonna look for the shovel first for sure, because if she
Alrighty.
could find that and swap the blades out, then she can have one good shovel instead of 2 shitty ones.
You kind of go on through. All right. Now, here's a roll to find something.
That's like the opposite of getting rid of something.
Exactly.
What
What
do
are
I
you
do?
gonna do? What do you do?
All
So
right.
give me a roll to do. Not gonna lock anything prior, but if you have any stats that work, you can add it.
No, I don't think she does.
Oh.
Everything's been turned upside down. She's not the
Mhm.
finder. Yeah, so this is just gonna be wild.
Oh.
Oof.
Okay, I know what's gonna happen then. You start struggling on through, and you place that bag of yours down to the side, and you just start looking for anything. You start shifting through the water and moving across, and you're realizing you're sticking your hands into this mucky, gross water, trying to find any sign of your shovel around where it was. And as you look, you're just kind of like, dang, what the hell?
Womp won't take anything anymore, but it'll take my shovel. The fuck you'll take my shovel.
Gosh, you keep going through, and you're just like, where is this thing? And as you go, you kind of shift your hands through, and I'm going to tell you straight up, you don't find your shovel. As you start peeking on through, you just kind of stand up and are like, fuck. And as you get up, you start crawling back to that bag of yours. After all, if you at least have one, what, don't go wanting for something you already have, some kind of teachings like that, who knows. All the same, you start crawling out, and you go for that bag of yours again. And it's in that moment, something inexplicable happens. Something that, quite frankly, shocks even you just a little bit. Maybe it's just the suddenness, or perhaps it's just the absurdity. But all the same, as you pick that bag up, you hear a rumbling, a bubbling, the same kind of sound that'll sometimes happen when something's dislodged, sent back up to the surface. But instead, there's a splash. This isn't something being undug. No, this is a form, shifting, moving through, covered in mud that starts to fall off over time, until, looking direct across at you, you see the mud finally slip off, almost like a sludge, and the person stares directly across at you. Oh, where are we?
What the hell?
He kind of stares directly across, and then some of the mud starts getting in his face again, and he just closes his eyes and kind of starts wiping away at it. Sorry. He crawls out, looking at his coat, which is unfortunately, or actually, he kind of stumbles off to the side, moving on around, and then eventually you notice that he pulls out this coat that he stuffed underneath a brush, pulls it out, flicks off some of the leaves, still a little dirty, and he sort of puts it back on, kind of nods to himself. Sorry, if I scared you there or anything like that. Am I still in Omani?
Her eyes narrow. Oh, hang on. It's very important. There we go. Ain't you a little pretty to be mucking around out here?
Thank you. But he kind of stops. No such thing as being too pretty to do good work. Kind of steps on up. I'm looking around. He kind of stops and considers. I'd hate to take a second of your time. I do want to ask again. Are we still in Omani?
She looks off in the direction of the town. A little ways outside, I reckon, but you're not far off.
All right. He considers that. I'm a core stabilizer, if you're aware of what those are.
Oh, hang on. Eyebrow goes down. Eyebrow goes up.
He kind of stops and looks. He kind of considers, how's he going to explain this? Let me roll a die for something for him really quick. I'm basically just, I have a job here today. I'm supposed to be looking around and discovering what's going on with the town, and it's, well, he kind of tosses a rock down, and then the rock floats back up to the very top. I'm looking into the problem with things not staying buried. I swear I'm not suspicious. He kind of puts his hands together. Please don't report me.
Well, now I kind of want to.
He
Wait a minute.
Uh,
If y'all are looking into the swamp, y'all aren't one of them exorcist types, are you?
he kind of stops. Oh, well, he considers for a moment. Not in the he looks at your severe expression and sort of just, I'm not an exorcist, no. There are people who would say we're close, but I'm not here to destroy spirits or anything along the lines of that. I'm trying to make sure that everything is okay with something that's here. How aware are you with the town? He kind of like considers you for a moment. And are you doing okay yourself?
She kind of cocks her head to the side like she doesn't understand what motivated that question.
he sort of looks as he sees you up and down and just kind of like is he kind of like gestures over. I don't know what kid would be doing out here with a shovel going to bury stuff. Is everything, do you need a hand?
Well, it sounds to me like y'all answered your own question. I'm out here to bury stuff, and I'm afraid I cannot ask for a hand because no one gets to know where I bury it.
Ah, I see. All right. He kind of considers that for a moment. All the same, you've been a great help to me. He kind of considers for a moment. Well, he steps on over to the side and then kind of considers for a moment as he looks over across again. So, you've buried a lot of things in this swamp.
Couple hundred, I reckon.
He actually looks kind of surprised at that as he's like, 100? And do they stay buried?
Reckon they do.
You can notice a very slight smile on his face as he looks across. You must have quite the magic touch then.
You know magic about it, just gotta know how to work a shovel.
That's interesting. Would you be willing to show me how you bury something? It doesn't need to be that. I'm not going to peer into your private business, but it could be some help. Everything I've tried to bury for the past week has just come on up rather quickly.
She considers, well, she's only got one thing to bury today, and it sounds like he might be proposing a business opportunity. Her expression flattens again. I reckon I could do that. Yeah, what are y'all offering?
He considers that. He goes over to his coat and pulls out his purse and kind of looks at it. You can swear he's sweating a little bit as he kind of looks into it. Okay. He reaches in and he pulls out okay, I think I could. He goes across and he would this be good? He pulls out a decent handful of coins. This is actually about what you got for one of those basic digging deals you got around town. It's ain't nothing compared to how the mayor pays you.
I thought out-of-towners was supposed to be rich.
He kind of like he he just has the exact look on his face. He's just like, out-of-towners maybe, but travelers are the eternal poor. I don't have much money myself. Even this is something of a charity. No one's paying me to come look into this case.
Well, it's enough, I reckon. She holds out a hand and accepts all of it.
Yeah, he takes it across. And besides, if we can sort this matter, I think your job will become a lot easier, so at the least, maybe there's something of a silver lining at the end.
Well, don't make it too easy so that any schmuck can do it.
He considers that. In swamps like these, I don't think there'd be such thing as too easy. He steps over to the side. All the same, if you'd show me, please.
Right, then, you're already here, so we'll do you first. I'll come back for this thing. She's gonna nestle it down into the weeds again at the base of this log. Don't you go running off like that shovel of mine.
Hmm?
Swamp at my shovel.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He steps over to the side as you move across and end up. There seems to be a few good patches here. You could probably pick a spot.
Yeah. All right, what y'all got to bury?
Let's see. He steps over to the side and reaches over, and he has something that he's taken out. This is. He kind of moves over to the side and tosses it. This is a bad concoction that needs to be buried. It's just like a vial of something. This is something that I want to get rid of, and I tried putting it down into the water, and unfortunately, nothing seemed to change. It came back up, even if I dug it into a hole in solid soil.
He looks at the vial for a bit. Is some kind of spirit juice?
he kind of looks and cracks the smile. Nothing like that. It's purely medicine, though it's gone. It's not good medicine. It's a failed. It's the mix was off, to say the least.
Reckon you might be able to get a fair price selling that as a poison.
He kind of like kind of gets an expression on his face. A poison? Why would I want to do that?
He shrugs. Didn't say you had to use it, just that someone would pay you for it. Trust me, in Omani, someone will absolutely pay you for it.
I'm not sure I want to be in the market of selling poison. I think all the people back at the old doctor's school would probably scoff at me. Or put me in jail. I don't know.
Well, if you're sure, she takes it out of his hands. All right, let's see if we can get this sucker to stay put. Yeah, so she'll find a likely place and begin digging, grimacing a little each time the handle of this shovel like slackens for a second and causes her to lunge downward with more force than she expected.
All right.
Should I roll to dig?
Give me that digging, yeah.
All right. Man, I have rolled bad on my yellow die every fucking roll to die. So once again, I will not be using my swing. We'll just do it. Okay.
Oh,
well,
boy.
shit. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to add.
Yeah. Give it a reroll.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay. Swing. If I just choose swing, does it add a 1d6 automatically, or do I need to do that manually?
It should add a 1d6 automatically.
Let's see if it does.
No, it doesn't.
Nope. All right.
But all the same, I'll add it this time. That's an extra dig. Yeah, that's more than good enough.
Okay.
And so, you start digging into the dirt, and with that, you kind of take this soft or this delicate vial, and you kind of place it into the dirt itself, and then you place it in there and kind of dig it. And the figure looks across, kind of watching as you do this, face kind of glued to it, and then as you kind of pile it up, well, that's certainly a unique way of doing it. He kind of considers that the way you bury it, it seems to have you're kind of he's kind of considering that a little bit, trying to find the right words. It's kind of like placing it at the edge of the water's edge, isn't it? You're burying it, but sort of also nudging the object out into the water in some way.
Well, yeah, out here, water's either going to work with you or against you. Only common sense to make it do the first.
He kind of considers contemplating a bit more. I wonder if it's messing with the way it interprets what's buried. He kind of goes over and moves around the swamp and inspects a little bit. And he turns up. Oh, well, seeing as we're business partners, I should probably explain a little more, huh?
Um, she she pauses for a bit at business partners because those are big out of towner words. But she decides after a few seconds that he's not making fun of her. So she simply nods.
He kind of moves over to the side and sits down for a second as he sort of starts going through his pack, looking for stuff on his over as he checks with you. So, core spirits are, to put it simply, they're a form of life that exists in the world. They aren't human, neither are they anything like a ghost or a demon or anything along the lines of that. They're a simpler form of life, but one with a lot of power. They generally read off of the wills of other people. Since he almost repeats a mantra in his head, but kind of alters it just a bit. Core spirits are affected heavily by the will of others. Oftentimes, a core spirit isn't acting on any will of its own. It might be naturally doing something just by existing, but it's a lot like it's a lot like a entity that always has to do what it's told. So, if a lot of people want something buried and they come here to do it, and they desperately hope for it to be buried, it will be. Is one example of how that could work. And that's what I believe is going on here. Though he kind of stops and he pulls out a sketchbook, one that he sort of has assembled, and he flips through the pages. A good while back, a stabilizer came through here and reported that there was a spirit that was somewhere within Omani. Though the interaction between the spirit and the people here seemed rather... It seemed like it wasn't worth intervening, at least by that person's report. Have you seen anything like this? He puts a journal through, and he shows you something. He shows you a sketch of what one of these core spirits looks like. It would look something like this. Does anything like that seem apparent?
Does it?
No way! Never seen anything like this in your life.
Well, they got some of those long cauliflowers down the market.
he kind of considers that for a moment and just kind of like makes a little face. Oh yeah? You know, this kind of does look like a cauliflower. He kind of straightens it up a little bit, getting that slight smile back. Well, he puts the journal away. All the same, the creature itself used to simply prey on people's willpower to have things buried, but it didn't seem like people here knew that. The stabilizer itself decided that this spirit, in its own way, it was a core spirit of growth. Since the town was in development, and they didn't know about its existence, it seemed to be a natural, safe enough place for the spirit to rest. But something's happened, and now the opposite's occurring. Buried things are coming back up, right? At least that's how the rumors say.
Have been for at least a year now.
And I imagine that's been trouble for you as well?
Yeah. Are you kidding? That's keeping me in business.
He kind of like has a chuckle at that, but then also kind of looks again. All the same. It might be keeping you in business, though I'm a bit concerned about it. But
He turns down to just in the middle of him speaking, she turns down to the water and yells, "Hey, y'all want to give me that shovel back? I know you can hear me, coward."
Oh, you yell that down, and there's just a silence that falls over between you and Daisuisen as he just kind of looks directly across, And then kind of a small little chuckle. You know, if you come check back here in a couple of days and you really want it, I imagine it will just find itself rising back up to the surface at this rate. Just got to make sure you get to it before anyone else does. Yeah.
Things around here don't work out so smooth in my experience.
So, if things can stay buried, but it requires a mix of... Susan thinks. Do you notice, has there been anything different with the way objects stay in water versus the dirt?
She stops. She was picking up the pack and making to leave. Their business concluded, and realizes, oh, we're still doing this.
We're still doing this, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And turns around, sets it back down. What was the question?
The way you bury it, you bridge it between water and dirt, which means I tried all of my holes just straight into the dirt in spots where there wasn't much water. But as the swamp kind of shifts and turns, I imagine, especially during the rainstorms, things will start being unearthed. So, have you noticed a difference in how things shift around in the water versus the dirt?
Well, water and the dirt aren't in the same place all the time. Usually, if you try to bury it away from the water, there's all sorts of underground waterways, wells, and such. So those tend to just pop up straight up out of the swamp. Could be a mile or more from where they were put down. Used to be people would just throw it straight into the swamp water to begin with. Well, that worked out even worse because a whole bunch of that stuff just started washing straight down through the middle of town. Plain as day.
He considers that. I see. And the man thinks a little to himself as he sort of considers what exactly is going on here. Oh, perfect. That actually is perfect. I'm going to have him roll to do really quick. Because of his class... Oh wait, no, he doesn't take effect. So yeah, he considers that. Okay. Tell me, what's the deepest place inside of this? What's the deepest place you can go around the town?
Well, the deepest place would be if you head up the old mine and take it all the way to the bottom. We went down quite a ways before it got shut down. But if you mean in the swamp, that'd be a different little place, little inlet.
No, I think that would be a good place to check. The mine. Where is the mine?
Oh, it's just up north toward the mountains. You can't miss it, but they ain't letting anyone in there these days.
He kind of contemplates that. Is there anyone I can talk to get a approval for that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, kind of considers that something of a character.
You're gonna have to talk to the mayor about that if you really want it, or you could sneak in, or you could do the smart thing and just leave town. Because frankly, this all sounds like one big headache.
He kind of leaves out a sigh. A bit of a headache, but all the same, I've got my own job to do. And I would hate to have to deal with a whole lot of talking today, especially for this character that he considers that. All right. Town's that way. The mayor. Okay. That should be enough. Thank you.
She nods and picks up the sack. Starts to walk away, stops, and turns back again. Hey, what's y'all's name?
he stops for a moment, and he kind of considers. I'm just a wandering core stabilizer. Um, he kind of thinks, name's Suisen. And you?
She she pauses and thinks for a bit. Sui-san. No. You ain't the great Sui-san, is you?
he stops and he just kind of like, wait, you know?
Wandering spirit guy. Yeah, everyone knows you.
His face sort of descends down a little bit more. Oh, is that so?
Now hang
huh?
on. Now hang
Mhm.
on. You're
Mhm.
having me on this one, ain't you? Shoot,
No,
you're
no,
a little
I'm
too
not.
scrawny to be the great Sui-san, I reckon.
He stops. No, I'm quite scrawny enough, actually. I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I'm quite fine. Actually, with that in mind, hey kid, roll me a 1d20. We're gonna see how you've heard of the Great Suisen.
Oh boy. Do you have a rumor table?
Yes, I do. Okay, so with that, yeah, that rolls in the middle now. You've heard of the Great Suisen, but you've only really heard in a bit of the passing kind of stuff. A lot of people were talking about how when it came up to talk about an exorcist or people that could get spirits away. The talk of the Great Suisen, someone who could make all the evil in Omani disappear. That's about all you really heard. And you heard he was this tall, dashing figure, and a bunch of other random rumors as they drifted through. And land with so much superstition and curses, talking about big superhero folk like this is kind of common, so you hear about it. But nothing too dramatic in one direction or the other. Just a big deal is all.
Well, Mr. Sui-san, if that is your real name, best of luck with the mayor then. You're gonna find that a more difficult challenge than any spirit you've ever wrangled, I reckon.
Oh no. He stops, grabs his bag, and kind of lifts up his coat to hold it above the swamp. Well, thank you for the help. He stumbles across the swamp and makes his way to the direction of Omani, where he will be most likely greeted with a number of different people. That all will be coming to flock over to him. All the same, you got to package the berry, and I want you to roll to die for me to see if you can.
Roll to die, you say?
Or roll to do, yeah, sorry.
Okay. Do. Swing area none plus 1d6.
Oh, perfect. All the same, once he's gone, you end up finding a wonderful patch right about here's, or even there actually. Checking over here where he emerged from, right next to that spot, there's a pretty good digging spot. He was right off, just close, but still didn't quite get it. But you are able to put that package there and kind of spindle it and kind of squeeze it into the small hole, and then sort of like press it into the dirt, and it sort of blends perfectly once all the muddy water gets on it. You can't really even see deep through there. And with that,
Get down there, you little fucker. All right. It's done. Oh. Nuts. That means she looks and realizes, well, the job's done. She has to go and get paid again. Which means she's about to have to pull the classic two people leave in the same direction bullshit.
Yeah. Do you want to catch up or let him go forward?
I think she doesn't really want to talk to him more necessarily, but she's really curious what's gonna happen to him. So I think she'll hurry along a little bit until he's kind of within eyesight / shouting distance, and then she's just gonna kind of shadow him into town for a little bit. She doesn't have anything else to do. Like, fuck
Yeah.
it. Let's see this out of towner get clowned on.
Perfect. You kind of follow through, and you notice for the most part you get away with he's following, everything's kind of quiet. And then at one point, some other out of towner who was selling just happened to call out that unfortunate phrase. Is that the great Suisen? And like a firework, recognition, or at least people who've heard of the name, sparks across as moving on through the town. Oh, let me bring you back here. Moving on through the town, you follow him, getting just kind of swamped with questions. People just moving back and forth, asking him a bunch of inane crap about his adventures. And you end up following behind, and almost like a natural deterrent, he steps forward, then you step forward, and the crowds disperse as you appear, and then come back together around him. It's almost like a wave just naturally flowing across the town as you start to follow suit behind. One a hero, another a curse on the village. And with that, eventually, you find your way across up to the mayor's house, or at least you're in front of it. This poor soul once more getting swamped by people. Here. You're stumbling on up right now, down near the bottom again. Someone approaches and asks, I heard about what you did. Deep into the Conco region. You moved in and you killed a god. He stops. That's an exaggeration. I did no such thing. I didn't kill anyone. Please stop talking about that. The other one kind of comes up. But you did destroy a core spirit, right? One that was ravaging the countryside. No. Where did you hear that from? My uncle said he saw it. Ah. What's your uncle's name? Uncle Benji. I don't know a Benji. I'm sorry. He steps forward. Ko, this is amusing enough.
Yeah, no, it's so rare that she has entertainment of all things. That's about 3 rungs too high on Maslow's hierarchy of needs for her to be concerned with it usually. But damn, yeah, no, this is great.
You end up following suit, and as you approach, he kind of keeps moving. And you notice an active sag once he's out of that crowd group that just kind of sinks across him. It's one that you think you've experienced before, at least to a degree, as he kind of slunches on forward to the mayor's house. As you approach, people kind of split up again and head off in the opposite directions, not really engaging with you. In fact, kind of keeping their distance.
Yeah.
He sort of takes a moment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. She's waiting for him to go in. She doesn't want to talk to him out here.
Yeah.
If she can avoid it.
He kind of waits for a little bit and kind of hypes himself up and then puts on a determined expression before he wanders on inside. And then he moves on in. And
she has her own business with the mayor, and it doesn't look like there are any guards, or that stupid guy's not around to hassle her today. So she's just gonna wander after him, and if there's a sitting room before that main room, or somewhere where she can be around and in earshot, because she's really fascinated to hear this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, fair, yeah. So, okay. With that in mind, you kind of move on inside, and you feel like you could probably get away with doing that exact thing you did yesterday. You can stumble on inside and just kind of meander around a bit.
Yeah, she'll do that, but she assumes the mayor isn't gonna acknowledge her while he's in the middle of another meeting, so she's gonna wait until they've started talking so that Sui-sen hopefully won't notice her, and she's just gonna casually sneak in and kind of hang out behind the screen.
Yeah, fair enough. So you do that and stumble on inside, and let me drop into the Baron's office. So the conversation starts to go, and let me just roll really quick. We have to see if the Baron's heard and what he's heard. Oh! Oh my god.
I was there when the great Suisen popped from his mother's womb.
Oh gosh. So oh god. All right. You stumble off and the mayor is in full swing with this. Oh, how blessed am I to see the great Suisen here in my town. Tell me anything you want, I'll provide it to you for your wonderful stay, Suisen. Oh, yes, it was in fact when your whole affair in the woods. I heard, you saved that town from all of those brambling woods. Suisen stops and just kind of like, I don't really think that was anything of my own doing, per se. No, silence. No need to be so humble. You and I, we're the cream of the crop. Us two, we're the people that stand above and guide the world to a good place. In fact, I've got your first memoir. Oh, my... He stops. He looks straight across. My what? Your first memoir, of course. You published it over in the Ocean Veins, correct? No, I've not published a memoir at all. But oh no, nonsense! Here's you in the picture. He goes and places the memoir down, and he looks up.
It's like a super jacked version of him.
Yeah, he looks down, and there's this super jacked, like exaggerated, like masculine figure version of him, and Suisen looks down, sees that, and there's shock on his face, like, what? He looks. Some of the features are unmistakable, but he's never been that big before. And then it hits him. Yeah, he's never been that big before. Well, I suppose I can't deny if someone wearing my face walked up and said to self-publish, could they? Of course not. He takes up his ink, puts it on the table with a little brush. Say, would you sign my copy? Great, Suisen. He moves forward, placing an ink signature he has with the little flower on his insignia down there, placing it forward. And then he kind of stops, and he looks directly across. Say, for the sake of my signature, would you allow me a favor? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Would you let me into that mind of yours? Let me roll for Suisen right now. Let's see if he can do this. He gets a bonus because this guy likes him. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. Let's see how our dear man does, however. I just gotta... Okay. No! Suisen is almost immediately taken aback by that. He's like, no. No. I'm afraid not. Nope. Mine's closed down. Nothing personal, you see. But we have to keep things under wraps, yes? I see. Is there any sort of exception you'd be willing to make for me? I'm not quite sure about that. I can tell you it's of great importance. I think something's wrong with the core spirit in this town, which is why I came. I need to be able to move on inside, and if anything, I could potentially help the town. I could get that cleared up. Your mine might be... Why did you close the mine? He stops, looking directly across. I'm afraid that's private business, my dear Suisen. But, don't concern yourself with the mine any longer. Why even would you like to take a look at such a dreaded thing? I believe there's a core spirit within the mine. If there's been problems with your mind, it might be responsible for... No, I assure you our problems are with man, not spirit. All the same, he takes up the fan, kind of shaking it in his face. If you would seek entry into my mind, I'm afraid I just simply cannot allow it now. But, dear Suisen, he places the palm down and kind of points the fan at him. If you would do so kind to stay in town for such a bit longer, oh, I could tell you, we would get that mine up and operational in no time. And by that point, I'm sure you'll have the greatest stay here, the greatest room, you'll be well fed and everything. You'll be able to be in good company in this wonderful town of Omani. He kind of has that face still. Ko, can you make me a roll to die?
Yes, I can. Roll to die. And lock in.
Okay. All right, so he's probably going to be here for a while. Don't know if he knows that or not. That's all you really got, though. He kind of, I don't think I'll be able to stay so long, so all things considered, if you can give me an estimate for the mine, I'll come back then. And he kind of starts considering a little more. Let's see if Daisuisen can get a good one with that again. Nope. Okay. Yeah.
Die, Daisuisen.
Die. Baron. No, Mayor Baron von Baron. Mayor. That's it. I did his name wrong. Wow. Oh well. Anyways, the mayor sort of stops, looking directly across at Daisuisen. Oh no! Don't be in such a rush. I tell you what, Daisuisen. Really, it's just a problem of morale and all of that. We would love to have you in that mine, but it should be not a moment too soon. In fact, we're already preparing to get everything back in order. Ko, you know that much is at least a lie. The mine's shutting down, and all the people are trying to pawn off whatever they have as quick as they can.
Yeah.
However, let's see if oh wow, that's pretty good. Let's see if Daisuisen can roll to die against that. No, he can't. He's just kind of like, you notice he kind of shies away against this sort of engagement, not really knowing how or what to really do to talk to this person, as he sort of just sits there quietly for a bit, and then the mayor just kind of bulldozes through the conversation, a talent which he is quite skilled at doing, as he sort of, so. If we'd like to get you on place, I have the finest food imported straight from Golden Beaches. Oh, you would not believe it. The taste is far superior to the food of Omani, I must admit. Oh, our farmers try very hard to eke out a living in such a swamp, I must assure you. Our food will be delicious. You will dine wonderfully. You'll enjoy it, I tell you that much. If not, simply wait a week. If not, I tell you what, I will pay for your stay. Beyond that, but even just giving you a small allowance while here to make it worth your time. After all, we can't have you dipping into your pockets for my sake, you think, great Daisuisen? I'll think on it. I'll spend time looking around town. How about that? I'll see if there's anything I can find, and if I find nothing else at the end of the week, I'll go into the mine. Yes. I tell you, I have many things to introduce you to while you're here. In fact, I have a number of ways I could probably assist you, great Daisuisen. I tell you, it'll be the most wonderful stay you've ever had. I see. Oh, well, now, I would love to get straight to business with you. I'd love to keep busy, but I have another appointment just around the corner there. He kind of points to the sheet, and Daisuisen kind of dips around and looks, and then sees Ko, and it just kind of has a surprised expression for a sec. Right. Okay. Alrighty, I'll leave you be. He kind of steps up to the side and starts moving on out.
Normally, she would be less self-conscious, but in this moment, Ko thinks, fucking asshole blew my cover.
Oh. And with that, you kind of stumble back out again. And the Baron, or the mayor, looks directly across at you. So, idea. How did the day go? Everything buried appropriately? Find a wonderful spot?
He nods. Yep, the thing you gave me yesterday is gone with.
Excellent. He kind of considers a little bit, and, well, your pay. Here, let me go grab it for you. Usually he doesn't do that, so he seems to be in a chipper mood again. He went over here and grabbed it, and he pulls it out, and he starts counting it in front of you, which is the more unusual part of this, as he starts counting out the money for you actively as the pay rate, and he sort of sweeps it all back into the bag. Can you believe it? A legend in our town. Isn't it simply wonderful? Oh, just think, dear kid. Oh, the amount of money we could reap in with that. All the people will come a-watching. My mind is a race with different opportunities with this great name in our town. Perhaps, if I can extend a stay even longer, we could he starts thinking about a bunch of different things at once. I could probably grab someone from Golden Beaches to come on down and take a look. Some people would die to meet such a great spiritualist like him. Oh, and perhaps if he finds that spirit, we could maybe keep that for ourselves. Go! I tell you what, new job. From me to you, the best paying one around. If you're willing to take it. He stops and looks directly across and then moves on over to the side. Reaches into a cabinet, and he grabs this big bag of money. More money you've ever seen him hand out. Still, like, not it'll feed you for the rest of your life, but still, like, that's probably a week's worth of food right there. He plops it on the table and looks directly across from you. This won't be digging anything, actually. This will be quite a different thing. You see, you know that that gentleman that just walked on through?
Right, the pretty boy.
Yes. Well, he seems to be looking for some spirit. He gave me more of the details before you came in. He believes that it might be in our mine. That's off limits, of course. But, I don't want him finding anything. If you keep him consistently, why don't you become his little helper? And if you make sure he finds nothing, keeping everything buried underneath, making sure not a single spirit finds its way into his hands. Oh, I'll tell you what, you'll get this whole bag once the affair's done with. Sound good?
Sounds great. I want half now.
Oh, you drive the hoggest of bargains. Make a roll to do for me.
Yeah.
Let's roll for him. Roll to die.
Blow it.
He kind of looks directly across at you, and you notice that eye piercing through at you. You know I never do halves. Come now, you know how Omani works. If I gave you half, everyone would want half.
Yeah, all right. What makes you think I can keep spirits off this fella, though?
You're something of a curse in your own right. I'm sure you'll find a way. No one likes being around you, after all.
She blinks a few times. Well, thanks. I'll take that money for the other job.
He tosses you the other bag, and then kind of keeps that one to the side and goes deposits it over into the corner. Well then, he moves over to the side and gives you 2 little pats on your iron helmet. Good luck.
He nods.
And then he sits down, once more returning to his happiest of expressions.
Gives a last wistful glance to the Mega Bonanza money pack, but continues out.
Oh. You know that. Ko, what's on your mind? What are you doing, and where are you going? What's going on with you right now?
Well, she's great at getting rid of stuff, not so great at finding stuff, and so the first thing on her mind is like, shit, I gotta fucking flag that guy down. Like, she hauls ass out of here before her meal ticket has a chance to disappear somewhere into Omani, where she'll then have to fucking spend the day tracking him down.
Yeah, you run off trying to find this man, and I'd say you manage to get outside, and you notice he's sort of gone from the immediate outside area. So instead, what you do is you kind of run off, and you check around the markets. And at a certain point, you realize, God, he really just disappeared. But you can roll to do for me really quick, because a man of his stature, well, there's probably bounds of people looking at him and wondering where he's gone off to. So you can roll a do roll, and you add a +2 to this because of the infamy.
Okay. I don't have a token on this, so I don't have the macros to roll. But I can roll a d20 and a d6 and add 2.
Yes, do that.
Ta-ta. Ta-ta.
Ta-ta. Oh, that's
so
hey.
19 altogether.
Nice. Yeah, you'll be able to find them. So you end up looking around town and you start asking for where the hell this guy is. And eventually you hear tell of where it is from one of the market people who you manage to get the information off of without having to pay a dime because you just kind of overhear it. And the words come out as, "Did you hear? The great Suisen departed from the town just recently. Says he was going up on his way to find a shrine to pray to." And that sort of hits your head and you're like, oh, shit, I hope that doesn't bring publicity there.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, that's one fewer stops for her to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she stops and like thinks like, yeah, there's like nowhere else it could be, which means he'll be waiting for me when I get home, which means like never mind, I don't have to rush, and she'll just leisurely buy what she needs from the town. Maybe even hang around just a little, even though hanging around Omani is about the least fun thing imaginable. Just because it's funny and such a rare thing for her to imagine that someone is going to be waiting on her and has to captively wait as long as she wants to take. So she malingers around town for a little bit, picks up whatever she needs, and then heads home.
You end up stumbling across, taking your time, kind of indulging in it. It honestly feels kind of nice. This has been a rather enjoyable sudden burst of activity, and the extra little bag of money at the end certainly is adding to that as well. As eventually you find your way back, and you come up upon that shrine once more. And you can already see the signs of boots stepping on the wet soil during this day as you kind of stumble back up your rocks.
She makes her way toward the gate again, and pretty much as habit, she doesn't even think about the fact that there's a person here to potentially like surprise with this, but just out of habit as she walks by, she whacks the shovel blade into the side of the Tory.
He stops, turning over and seeing that as he just kind of, oh, hey, kid.
Afternoon.
He kind of moves across, inspecting the statues again, kind of looking at them. I didn't expect you to be over here at this time of day.
Oh, I live here.
He kind of stops and turns over, and he's like, what?
I mean, I ain't a shrine keeper or nothing, but no one else is using this place for anything. No one really comes out here. It's got a perfectly good roof and walls.
He kind of looks over at her and is just like, you're seriously living out all here by yourself, huh?
Yeah, she kind of cocks her head again, like another, like, what a strange thing to question. Of course that's the case.
He kind of, is there nowhere you can stay back in town?
I mean, I don't have any family there, if that's what you mean. The inn costs money. And they don't particularly... I mean, my money is as good as anyone else's, but they're happier if I'm not, you know. She sort of trails off and looks away.
He kind of catches on that note as he sort of looks directly at you and is like, what do you mean they don't? Is there something wrong?
She shrugs. Well, they seem to think so. Yeah, I got a little bit of the old that old curse mojo about me.
Curse mojo, huh? He kind of face actually straightens out a little bit as he kind of looks. I mean, if it's something like that, I might be able to help.
Well, oh no. I thought you said you weren't no exorcist.
I'm not, but all the same. He considers again, as I was saying, there's something weird with the core spirit going on here. If there's some sort of effect or something going on, it might be, well, it might be misattributed to you, if that makes sense. Here, at the very least, he kind of pulls out some pieces of paper and he kind of hands them over. They're just these little pieces of paper with stuff kind of hanging on them a little bit. So he kind of hands them over. Do you take them?
So he's handing me like talismans or
Yeah,
something?
talisman charms, yeah.
I think she takes them not because she really understands what's being offered to her, but because she's like, what is this? And wants to inspect it.
You kind of hold them. It's paper with some kind of red ink painted on it on the front that has this neat like little pattern all about. He's got similar stuff hanging off of that big bandaged arm of him, etc. Looks like he's reapplied bandages since yesterday when it got all muddy.
She squints and kind of flips through the ones that he's handed her. Well, this don't look like no writing I've ever seen.
He smiles at that. Yes, it's something of a sigil that I have. If you keep that with you, maybe put it up all around your shrine and everywhere around, or even carry it with you, I think you'll find that the... He considers, and he kind of looks at you, and he's sort of like, okay, well, first, I should ask, do you think you're cursed?
She ponders for a second. Well, I suppose if you just look at the facts, probably. I mean, that many people can't be wrong.
He kind of... Well...
We're no core spirit what killed a man.
What do you mean? Killed a man?
I mean, I didn't hit him with my shovel till he stopped moving, if that's what you're thinking.
Okay.
But, yeah, no, I dug something up, gave it to him, and that was the end of him.
He stops a bit. And this got applied to you somehow?
Well, it weren't supposed to be him what died.
Anyway,
Anyway, that's why I only put stuff in the ground nowadays.
he kind of stops and then considers that a little bit. He notices his face kind of screws up a little bit for a moment. And then he's like, hey, kid. He kind of moves up against the statue a little bit. I don't know what you dug up, but it sounds like there was some sort of superstitial desire to it or something like that, right? Everyone talked about it as some kind of weird or crazy nonsense. But it didn't kill you when you dug it up, right?
Yeah, some kind of cursed whoozy what's it.
He kind of considers that, well, if you came out okay, I don't think you're the one who's cursed. What was it you said? That many people can't be wrong?
Well, I mean, why do you think they sent me to dig it up?
He kind of releases out like a sick kind of chuckle at that for a second. He's just like, oh, God. Oh, he kind of, oh, man.
You had lunch yet, pretty boy?
Not yet, no.
I got some, well, she stops. Well, I mean, I suppose you could head back into town since sounds like they're going to be giving you the celebrity treatment y'all deserve.
Well, if that's the case, he kind of reaches into his pack. Guess I'll be having no need for this, huh? He pulls out a satchel and kind of unclicks it, and you see a bunch of salted meat inside of it. Might as well share, huh?
I don't have an exclamation point icon, but we'll just go with.
Yeah. It kind of like, if you're offering and willing to provide the rice.
She nods. She tries to play it cool and just nod and go in, but there's a little bit of a holy shit, yes.
Yeah. You stumble on inside, and as you kind of head in, you spend some time to basically get a bunch of this rice cooked up, and the Suisen ends up taking a bit of time as well to basically just kind of portion out some stuff. And he kind of pushes the bag over into the corner. And eventually, you've had the first meat you've eaten in about a week. Made up with some rice. It's honestly a luxury in its own right. And the rice tastes a little bitter, but so does everything made in the lands around here. All the same, he kind of keeps eating a bit, takes it some bites, and for you, on the other hand, this meat he brought is delicious, because obviously it was caught outside of Omani, and honestly was probably raised on a field or something. That's kind of what it seems like, at least. It's tastes delicious. It's honestly the best thing you've eaten for a while, besides that dongo. But
don't know what they feed them city pigs, but I like it.
I don't know either, actually. Some kind of healthy crap, but he kind of smiles, and then it's just like, all the same.
How are y'all gonna find these spirits?
Oh, well, he kind of considers it's not too hard. At the core of it, it comes down to they always have to be at least somewhere within the area of effect. They can't do things far away. After all, they're listening to the wills of the people in the area. I assume, due to the nature of this spirit, it was a core spirit of growth. Generally, those like hiding underneath the earth, where they can better be in touch with the springs and rivers underneath the water. They'll usually push water upwards and manage to try to make things grow. Its desire seems to have twisted away from that and is now trying to take things away rather than push it out, which could explain why it's suddenly gone weaker. I imagine it's tried to expend most of its power doing something it didn't understand and is now resting. It would be easy to transport at this point, but he kind of shrugs. Omani's got a reputation, you know. He takes another bite of the meat. They say it's got the worst tasting vegetables in all of Mitsudai.
Wouldn't know, but they taste like shit.
Yeah. He kind of takes another bite. Well, all the same, those vegetables are probably made possible by this spirit at some point. But at this rate, Omani's grown big. Might not be the best place to grow, but you can grow here now, and that spirit might better be found somewhere else, at the very least. Somewhere where it can be itself more naturally instead of being twisted away like this. The most important thing, he takes another bite, is that people don't know this, so he kind of pushes the bag forward, maybe to buy your silence. He kind of gives you a dumb little smile.
She reaches for the bag, kind of stops and thinks, and then pushes the bag back toward him. I'm flattered, but my silence comes free. It's part of the job.
All right. Well, fantastic. He kind of checks. So, well, I'm not quite sure if there's any other places around the area that might be deep enough. It would have to be pretty either at the base of the swamp or... Again, I'd like to check out that mine, but I suppose that there's nothing I can do. He considers that a little bit.
Yeah, that meeting went about how I expected.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I was heading there anyway to get pay for another job, but I enjoyed that.
I didn't. He kind of he just kind of makes a very slight face. Sure have an interesting mayor.
Yeah, or possibly Baron. It's never been very clear.
Where does he come from? Actually, this is something that you're not quite sure of. You've heard he's come from a different land. He kind of sweeped in after the last crime boss died and sort of consolidated all the power into one spot. He was primarily interested in getting the mine back operational again and trying to export a lot of coal or stuff, or maybe find some iron in the mountains deep within and maybe sell it off over to Raoji all the way country over. But all the same, he seems like something went wrong. You're not quite sure. Mine's closed, and now he's looking for different ways to ply his trade. Keeps his past to himself. Doesn't really need to know to get to understand him as a person, though.
Yeah, he pretty much is filling in for the last guy. Kind of surprised an out-of-towner managed to sweep in and pick up the pieces, but there it is. Seem to have high hopes for that mine, but I think that was a little silly of him, to be honest.
Suppose so. Yeah. He kind of wanting to sell iron and coal, huh? I'm sure he'd be able to get that out somewhere, but trying to do it with this mine. I heard it's an old one, too.
Older than me, that's all I know for sure.
He considers a little bit and takes another bite, and his expression kind of turns a bit as he kind of looks directly across. And you notice there's a bit of a gaze as he kind of checks across at you for a moment, just kind of looks. And let me just try rolling something really quick. So he checks directly across at you, and then
I'll spit.
I
left something on
wow.
my face.
He stops, and then his face kind of lightens up and returns to that almost like kind of mopey pretty boy face that he always seems to default back to when he looks at you sometimes. As he kind of checks across. Well, you're not cursed. I can tell you that much. I've become quite acquainted with curses recently, and I'm not getting any of that info off of you. You know, I said, a lot of times people put their will in the core spirits, right?
Yeah.
Well, people sometimes look into their own wills, and there's a habit that people can have to try to make their own will into reality, enforcing it on others. That's something that's true about curses and humans. So, he kind of points over at those talismans again. You're not cursed, and people are going to keep treating you like it, and practically you will be. But if anyone ever gives you trouble about it again, just wave those talismans around and say that the great Suisen ended up curing you of your curse or some nonsense like that. It's not true, but much like the trade secret I need to keep, if you tell people that, I'm sure they'll start leaving you alone. Hopefully. He kind of takes another bite.
This is not a menace aura, but a depressive aura for a brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
If I ain't cursed, how come you squinted real hard at me and then gave me the pity face? That, by the way, you keep looking at girls like that, you're never gonna date anyone.
He kind of like just makes a face where he's like, he stops. I'll take that as a point. All right. He kind of leans up against the wall a little bit. It's been a long time since I've seen someone living in such squalor, especially a kid your age. I'm not speaking from some sort of perspective of someone who's never been there before. It just kind of brings me back. Don't really like it too much, I guess. And he kind of straightens up a little bit. If I've been patronizing you, I'm sorry. Best to leave things professional, right?
Yeah, she thinks for a bit, kind of just leaves that. Doesn't have anything to say to that. But she stares off to the side for a while, thinking about things. Y'all really think if I told people I got these talismans from you, they'd think everything was all better?
He thinks about that for a bit. Well, if I go ahead and make a big show about it, then could help. A little upkeep on it. He considers, I'll try. People can be cruel sometimes, but they can also be very quick to forget. And maybe they'll be quick to forget about all that other nonsense.
I think that's stupid.
He kind of looks across at you. Stupid?
What am I supposed to do? We go ahead and do your big show, tell everyone I'm not cursed anymore, and then someone else dies.
He thinks about that a bit.
For me, it would just be the same as it's always been, but that would ruin you.
He considers that a little bit. Well, suppose that's a point. Though, all the same, we always have to put ourselves out there sometimes to do our good job. Even if it did ruin me, if it ended up happening again, all the same. He kind of checks over across. If I can't even help one person through something as dumb as this, then I already feel like I'd be ruined. Especially someone who's so nice to treat me for dinner.
Well, you gave the good half.
He kind of considers that. He kind of gives out a little bit of a smile. Yeah, I can't lie about that. I did. Sorry, the rice tastes awful.
Doesn't it though? She looks like weirdly proud about this. Like, yeah, it's the Omani specialty.
Well, all the same. You have any other work to do today?
Nah, no one's dropped off anything else. Besides, I'm already on a job. She hops down off of probably like random assortment of wood that approximates a stool that she has in the corner here. So where you're all headed?
Well, let me roll a die really quick to see something. Okay. Suisen, in this moment, stands right there. It's like, well, I suppose I'll be waiting here for some time. After all, I'm sure at the end of the week I'll be let into that mine, so I may as well work hard until then, huh? Let's go around and look at the swamps a bit. Find the deepest points and maybe start digging. This poor pretty boy's hook, line, and sinker for the mayor right now. This is gonna be the easiest pound of money you've ever had.
Oh, she feels really she feels very ambivalent about that.
Yeah.
All right, well, y'all seem to have retained my services for now, so let's go ahead and do it.
Alrighty. You both stumble out, and with that, you kind of move down and head down around to the shrine, and he kind of steps across, kind of hopping over the edge of this and then moving across, and then kind of like steps over to the side. So where is the deepest point in the swamp?
She stops because that's a weird thing for a person to do, to very clearly and deliberately not walk through the gate. But she knows, she knows there's lots of shit she doesn't want to bother explaining, so she doesn't even ask. She just doesn't bring it up at all. Taps the gate as they walk out.
You notice he looks at you, and you feel like, in perhaps a moment of solidarity, neither of you feel like talking about those little things you do, and you end up moving almost wordlessly out deeper into the swamp.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
I bet these two are never enjoying each other's company more than when they are dead silent.
Yeah, honestly. You head off deeper into the swamp, and as you move, unless anything different were to happen here, because of that god awful roll, Suisen's
Do we have
going
a
to
montage of us
yes,
fucking around in the swamp, making effectively no progress, but he's
yeah,
none the wiser?
yeah. Essentially, let me get that right now. I was grabbing the track. The next week, you introduce this new pretty boy to the life in Omani, and oh boy, does he have to adapt. He ain't like too many of the other folks around. After all, even on those first few days when the sweat was pouring down his face and you were going, not only was he able to hold his own, he ended up grabbing that other shovel after it manifested in a couple days and started helping you as well, trying to dig in whatever way to find it.
He does not admit it, but she is silently impressed that his analysis was correct and the original shovel did in fact come back.
Yeah, it came back completely fine. You dig around this, the deepest point of Omani. As you go, it sort of ends up resulting in nothing too much happening there, at least. Over time, he started shedding some of those big coats and otherwise, and instead he started hopping into kind of going with just his shirt around. He ended up moving about, trying to dig around with you into this area. Eventually, he got into the flow of the shovel. Wasn't something too bad. All the same, he never asked you for help. Neither did he really ask you for any sort of guidance. Maybe it was just because he never thought of it, being hook, line, and sinker into this anyways. Maybe he doesn't think much at all. No, maybe he was just trying to keep your trade secrets safe. All the same, you ended up heading back once more to that one spot. That one area that was... Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she feels like actually kind of conflicted about that because on the one hand, she never shows other people how she digs normally, but he paid her to do it once, and so normally it would be like, well, all right, you paid for that one, but if you're not paying me again, I'm not teaching you.
Yeah.
But like, she also, I think she kind of would have liked if he had asked, like, hey, can you show me how to dig like you do?
Yeah.
Because he would have been like, well, let me, like, man. Like, that would have been a fun opportunity to vindicate herself. And the fact that he doesn't ask, weirdly, she's, like, very slightly low-key offended, but she doesn't, you know.
Yeah, that's great. Over time, you go through night and day. At a certain point, after a tear in one of his sleeves, he went on down to Omani proper and ended up getting just a real solid, basic Omani miner-ass shirt. Came out into the drip and just started fucking digging through the swamp all with you. And with that week started to come up to a close. Moving on down, he kept on digging, kept on going. You did too. You kept circling around, digging these holes out in the middle. At a certain point, you started getting jobs again. Did you drag him with or make him wait back at home during that spot?
Good. Well, even under these circumstances, she absolutely will not relent on no one's allowed to see where I bury things. So I think when she has other work, she probably is like, hey, is there anything you want to go do in town? Or you'd like, you know, she tries to maneuver him into not having his time wasted.
Yeah.
And if it really comes down to it, she might be willing to agree to, like, okay, you know, we'll go out together a ways, and I'm gonna split off from you for an hour, and then I'll find you afterward.
Yeah. In which case, on one of those times coming on back from that, you noticed him in the corner, kind of checking up and looking down into the water and gazing at one of those vials down there, and eventually checks and kind of thinks about it. Well, seems like it's all the way out here. This should be fine. He kind of goes up and shakes. And finally out here, when you met up with him, splitting back after the dawn sinks, you kind of look, and at first you thought it was the glow, But then checking back, you notice and you stare at him and he's like, damn, this guy's hair's glowing.
He stands transfixed for a while.
He kind of turns back, kind of standing there holding the shovel, a little anxious. Hey, how'd it go?
Huh? Oh, mine went fine. What's
All
up
right.
with the? She points at her own hair.
He kind of looks at it. Right, I forgot. Yeah, I've mostly only come out during the days. He kind of just holds the strand up a bit. It's something of a. Well, I wouldn't say it's a curse. That'd be a bit mean. It's more like. Here, how about we walk and talk? Let's get back to the shrine town. I don't know.
Yeah, well, depends whether you want to eat shitty or less shitty.
Here, we'll
You
get
haven't taken me out for a fancy dinner yet. I heard what he offered. We could have been eating like kings this whole week, and I wasn't
You're
gonna bring
right.
it up because he made the offer to you and not me. But god damn, man.
He kind of like, yeah, you're right. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll see if we can order, and maybe you can sneak away some of that food before we leave. He kind of like steps and kind of hops over the swamp's edge there, and then he's like, anyways, let's go. Yeah, the hair. I sort of it's sort of just the thing that's with me now after he kind of like pats at his arm, and then it's just another thing for the legend book, I guess. Makes people recognize me a lot easier, which is he kind of goes quiet after that.
Yeah, I know.
He shifting off from there, you all start heading back and you head over to Omani. You end up getting a pretty nice serving of food, I'd say, actually. Moving back in, it's actually the first time you tried some of this stuff. Beyond that, they got some fish off from the ocean that they got in too, and you try some of that, and that's a weird taste right there, but it was pretty dang good all regardless. The food was great. If anything, it almost makes you more mad he didn't suggest this earlier into the week.
Yeah, no. If anything, she assumed he was gonna stay in town most of the time, where there's, people, and where he was told he would be treated like a king. So she didn't think she was gonna have to prod him to do this. She expected just he would do that, and she could barnacle onto him the whole time and get a bunch of free food. And somehow she forgot about it for most of the week, and now she's kicking herself for that.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, you go back, you eat, and more time passes. As the days go on, you get to the end of that week, and then the Baron apologized profusely as he had to extend. After all, there is an unforeseen collapse in the mine while they are getting repairs done, etc., all that. The boy buys into it again, or I should actually roll to see, I assume, but we'll see. Maybe he surprises me. Oh, that actually does surprise me. Let's see. That'll actually be a little extra due to events, so that'll be an 18. Now I'm just going to go and roll to see if the Baron gets his schmooze on again. And let's see. What to do? Oh, well, okay. So, as I was saying, Suisen, none the wiser, once more continues on as this Baron masterfully manipulates his way around the core stabilizer of legend, bending around his finger so easily as he continues extending these out. Eventually, some dignitaries come on through from Golden Beaches and say hello, talk, and it's obviously annoying, but at a point, also, you end up getting that little exorcism for show if you'd like, but...
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I think I'd rather table that till later in the
Yeah,
story if we
fair's
do it.
enough. Yeah.
But at the end of the first week,
Mhm.
after the Baron has successfully schmoozed,
Mhm.
I think Ko would want to go and see him by herself.
Okay. You'd end up, I'd say, a good place for that. Since Omani's got ears and there's tons of people like sneaking around there, it's one of those times where heading back on over, you end up as the day passes, you end up heading back to the shrine. After all, it's going to be the start of another day of work, as Suisen would expect. And as you both start heading up, I can imagine the cutaway from that conversation as you both standing up here almost fluidly. There's a hop around the gate, a smash against it as well, making a clang as you both wordlessly just do your ritual and pass on through. And then he's just like, well, not sure if there's much more hard work can do for here. We've hit most of the spots that you usually bury things in, right?
Yeah, just about all the ones I've done more than once or twice.
He kind of just sits back. You notice that he's gotten a lot, actually. He's answering these questions, but he's also kind of moved in, exactly as you guessed, into that more quiet, kind of like divided attitude of only talking when he really needs to. And from that point, he's sort of just been kind of sitting there. And with that point, he kind of reaches in and having scurried out some of those that food from one of the like breakfasts you guys had, he sneaks on inside and deposits some of those stolen extras, not even stolen, rightfully given, and he starts kind of rifling through them on the floor a little bit and kind of sorting them out, just like getting all the bags there.
They gonna give you the king treatment for another week then?
He kind of thinks about that. Not quite sure. Potentially. He kind of considers this. I'm not sure how much longer I should be here, though. All the same. He kind of looks down at the food. Suppose you'll be able to eat well for a little while longer, too, huh?
Yeah, don't you leave town too quickly. She takes one of the treats. I never had so much good taste in food in my life.
Might have just ruined it for you after all this. Dude, he kind of like checks.
I'm sure a week back on the rice and I'll lose all this winter weight.
I guess so.
You've been working that
Yes?
shovel well. You keep eating like this and digging like this, you might start to look like your book.
He kind of like makes a face. It's like, I don't think I'm going to live up to those expectations, especially from that one. But he kind of takes another bite kind of morosely, and then kind of like a very exaggerated, not really super there, but he just kind of once more. There are these little pastries that were handed out, and it's dang sweet. It reminds you of those dongos, except like I don't know. It doesn't feel as good. Maybe it's just because the dongo came at a time when you're eating a lot of rice, and after a certain point, a lot of this stuff is starting to blend together. It's all delicious, but there's like, it's delicious 1, delicious 2, delicious 3. So it's that thing where like, yeah.
Instead of mana in the desert.
Yeah, exactly. So he just kind of takes a bite. Working the shovel's hard work. He kind of like gestures over at you for a bit. It's just like, pretty damn impressive. You should be paid a lot more for it, honestly.
He
If anything,
shrugs.
you wouldn't.
It's simple work.
He kind of like turns over and is like, simple work? What are you talking about? You're the only digger in Omani that can do it, right?
Yeah, it's just because everyone else sucks.
He kind of looks across. Right. Well, all the same, he ends up passing over some more of the food. I guess we just got more time then.
Yeah, guess we do. Oh, poor spit. I need it. Ugh. She looks off to the side. I was supposed to talk to the mayor about something today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She looks out at the sky. It's like evening. Hey, yeah. I better do that now. I don't want to have to make a special trip tomorrow.
He kind of steps on out as well, just like, alrighty, I'll head back to where I'm staying then, and good luck in your meeting.
Thanks.
Hmm.
You've seen how much I'll need it.
Yeah. He moves on with you as one
Dink.
more time, dink, hop, moving down, you both depart.
We do the dink hop.
Yeah, you do the dink hop. I can imagine in the montage, there's a dink every time, a cut
Oh,
between every
yeah.
day and scene, you
Yeah.
know? Dig it up, dig it up.
Dink and hop, hop, dinkin'.
Okay. So. Okay. You make a trip to your favorite mayor. Your
Mhm.
favorite Mayor Baron von Mayer, or maybe it was Baron
Mayor
von Mayer.
Baron, yeah.
Yeah. All the same, you take that trip. And he has you rather quickly. After all, it's been some time, and he's quite curious how your guest is doing after this week. He wants to know how long this game's going to go for as you stumble back on side and you see that Baron looking directly across at you. Well, if it isn't my dearest co-conspirator! Haha, did you see that? You understood what I did there?
She looks blankly, leaving him to wonder whether or not she did in fact see what he did there. But she did, but she's not going to give him the satisfaction of an affirmative response.
He looks for a little bit, stares, the eyebrows go up and down, and then he ceases. And then, all right then. How's our dearest guppy swimming?
What? Oh. Well, the man that you sent me to accompany is doing fine. But it's been a week. She looks meaningfully at the drawer.
Oh, no. Hold yourself. I said at the end of the job, not at the end of the week. He's doing it again. He looks over at you and it's just like, I tell you what, we're keeping this going, but that's already worth quite a lot here. I tell you what. He steps up and moves over across, and he pulls out another little bag and kind of adds it to the list. Here we go. Perfect, don't you agree? Just a little bit extra for the extended time. All paid forward in the end.
She looks at what he handed her. How much is this?
It's like 4 bags of rice. A pretty good standard for the past.
That's a lot of money, but like...
Yeah. There's something weird about it. After all this time spending it there, maybe it's just all that luxury eating you've been doing. But you're really starting to realize how much 4 bags of rice sucks.
Yeah, she ponders whether or not she's going to make issue of this. And you know what? I haven't done this yet, and I don't think it's something I would choose to do often, but I'd like to roll to die to see how I'm feeling.
Yeah, do it. Oh, what's that mean?
She is not going to make issue of it.
I see.
She kind of very slightly opens and closes her mouth several times, and there is a moment of and then it kind of fades, and she She looks down at the floor. She takes the smaller bag of money, pockets it, and hops off the bench and just wordlessly walks out.
He stops and and
Mm.
kid, before you go, he kind of stops and adjusts his monocle a little bit. I know you've been stealing food off from that man. Stop that. It's not yours. Don't go turning into a vulture now. We do good business here. That food's expensive.
Well, now, I do believe the great Sui-san has been compensated for all of his, greatness, and that beyond that point, it seems to me it's his choice what to do with the many, many comforts you're lavishing on him.
He kind of stops and looks at him. You know, there's another saying from my homeland, dear child. Don't feed the birds or you'll make them dependent. You have no idea how much they start biting if they start getting a taste for bread. You see? So please, all the same, maybe decline. Hey, you've got plenty of food now, what with the rice bread you have there?
No, I'm sticking with sticking with what came up before, but she kind of clenches her teeth a bit and nods.
You head off. He gets back to his page, and you end up departing. Where are you going next, kid?
Oh, man. She had planned to go and regroup with Sui-sen after that meeting. But she doesn't really want to see him right now. She doesn't really want to see anyone right now. So I think she leaves town, starts heading to home, and then is like, no, because now someone else effectively lives with me there. So I think she's just gonna wander out into the swamp.
Alrighty. Kid, you wander deep out into that swamp. Moving out is, again, evening already started to pass, as you said. By the time you head out again, it's almost deep night. As you head back to one spot earlier, all the way out to that bog again, where that shovel came up, all that nonsense. You stumble on out. The night's quiet here, and eventually, after picking up and listening in, you can kind of hear it again. The sound of the swamp at night kind of raiding around. The chirping of insects and frogs and all of that. Nothing else, though. No people. Just the babbling of the swamp itself.
Yeah. She sits down on this log here. Takes off her hat, sets it next to her, and just kicks her legs back and forth, kind of whacking her heels into the side of this log and looking down into the murky water for a while.
All right. Hey, Ko, make me roll to die here. Wow, that one's still there, huh? It's always the strongest. So, you can lock in anything, you can drop it.
The urge to dig is overwhelming.
You can choose to lock in anything you want, you can drop it, whatever you're doing, but... So, how are you feeling? What's running across your mind right now?
So here's the 411. She was gonna as it was getting later in the week, she was like, man, I feel bad for this knucklehead thinking that he's getting anywhere. I'm gonna tell him what's up and that he should just sneak into the mine. And at first she was holding off around midweek because she was like, yeah, but like he seems to feel like he's making progress out here, so maybe it's fine. And when it was getting toward later in the week and he was like, gee, there's like very little left for me to do out here, she was like, shit, well, okay, I should really tell him now, but I do want to get my money first. That's too much money.
Yeah.
And so, but her plan was like, I'm gonna get paid, and regardless of what happens in that meeting, I'm gonna immediately go and tell him what's up so he doesn't waste another week. But then the Baron Mayor fucking burned her super bad, and even though that made her want to go and tell him even more, because, you know, like, well, screw that guy. Now she doesn't know if she can, or she hasn't figured out how, because she feels like now if she does it, it'll just be to get back at the Baron for screwing her out of the money he promised her to screw over Suisen, and not for doing the right thing by Suisen. And
It
so,
no matter what
she's
way you
just-
look at it, there's
yeah.
guilt attached.
Yeah, no, she's kind of fucked up over that. So right now she feels pretty low. She got paid her dirty money, and it wasn't even the amount of dirty money she wanted.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, she just wants to. She hates that she's in this weird fucking position now.
The night doesn't give you much answers in that way. You're just sort of sitting there, and you start to realize more and more over time that regardless of what happens, you're kind of screwed over. And what are you afraid of most?
I think she is most afraid that she has become dimly aware that this strange, handsome, stupid man seems to carry with him a world of weird possibilities that seemed completely alien and not like anything she would ever experience. And she's worried that now, no matter what she does, he will soon be gone and everything else will go back to the way it was. And she was fine with it for literally her entire life, and now she's not sure if she will be. So it seems like she's kind of screwed.
As you sit on that log, I want you to give me one more roll to die. You can keep locked in with 5 and just roll fresh, or you can drop and roll even like with that.
I'll drop and reroll. Let's go. Big money, no whammies.
Oh. So, what are you locking in?
He is gonna lock in blue still. And at a certain point in the dead of night, she is gonna get up and walk. God, she doesn't know where he is now, but if she's gonna end the night anywhere, she would want it to be at home. So she's gonna walk back to town first and see if she can find him there.
All right. Give me one of those similar rolls I gave you before. Finding the Great Suisen. You get a +2 on this, along with your, your 6 and everything like that.
Okay. Oh shit. Well,
roll
I
again.
just did.
Yeah.
Roll with
Roll
swing
Mhm.
plus no d6s plus 2.
Oh, no,
no
you
swing.
get it.
What? I don't understand.
Huh.
No,
that's
did
weird.
it not lock in? Maybe I just switched my
Maybe.
pog without actually.
Yeah, that's
locking
probably what you did. Yeah.
But,
Okay.
in. Yeah. So that's
So that would add
6
a.
to that, so 18.
Okay. 18. All right.
Mm.
You manage to find him. You move on through the town, going across, and you actually find him pretty deep in the dead of night. As you move across, let me just move your screens really quick. You end up finding the man when everyone else has sort of seemed to go to sleep at this point, or shops have closed and everything like that. People are in general just kind of like moving around very rarely at the night. It's a very quiet thing as you sort of approach up. And I'm going to put you on the map really quick. Just got to do that really fast. I'm taking some people off since it's a little later. But as you move across, the town of Omani still has that sort of oppressive atmosphere, that awful swampy stink that seems to almost bake itself into the town. But all the same, at least there's less people around. There's less of that kind of sensation. And eventually, you run across him as he was on his way back to his room, where he stays inside of the big building that the Baron's in and all that stuff sometimes. And as you catch up, he sort of turns around and notices you're in that kind of state. Here, let me just set him down again, and then I'll pass it over here. There we go.
What?
There we are. So, you come across him as he sort of starts to stumble over, and you see him and he kind of stops. The town seems well lit, and so that little bit of night fright that he seems to have doesn't seem to apply too much as you kind of run up, and he sort of turns over. Oh, hey kid. Something up?
Hey. Yeah. Let's you got like a fancy inn room here or something?
Something like that, but he kind of looks across.
There's
And
no
he kind of
map
steps up.
for it, so
There's no map for it. So, what do you have in mind?
y'all want to break into the mine?
He kind of stops and he looks across like, what? He kind of looks. Why would we be doing that?
Y'all ain't getting into that mine any other way anytime soon, I can tell you that. Oh,
He kind of.
yeah, hang on. She fishes around in her pack, takes out the money that the mayor gave her for part 1 of Operation Waste Suisen's time, and hands it to him. There, we're square. Let's go.
He stops and he blinks, and let me just. Yeah, you know what? He kind of smiles, nods his head, and he asks no questions, delves no deeper. He's just like, thank you.
Blue bros vibing together.
Both of you kind of stand there, and then after a moment, you both start heading off. It's late as hell. Do you want to go now?
Yeah, I reckon we probably better.
We'll probably get a good head start. Mountain's not too far away. Sure. He kind of thinks. He looks at these coins and jangles them. It's the most money pocket I've had in my pocket for a little while. Not in the poor way, but in the, he kind of puts it away. And then he kind of looks and grabs out a little lantern. Oh, for making a trip through the night, I'll need this. He grabs it, and the both of you end up heading out, moving across the out of Omani, leaving that stinking town behind you. As
a few seconds later, as they're walking away, she looks at him, but kind of in the poor way, right?
Kind of in the poor way, yeah. uh, and as that goes, I'm going to call our next and probably final break before we get to the last chunk of this.
Yeah.
So let's do one here. That was great. You want to take the first break, Aram?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep a look at chat for a moment here.
I mean, you guys can both take a
Hey.
break. Like
Yeah,
I can babysit
Yeah.
the chat, bro.
Sure.
Okay?
You be our babysitter. I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Maybe to the chat, do it.
Hello, chat. It's me, Aloha, the camera guy. I hope everyone's doing great. Ugh. Have you heard of when a kid thought the Great Suisun taught Great Suisun how to commit crimes? I threw up. Should have blocked Loj. Whoa, aloha from the
Hi,
Sleeping Shadow.
Jasper.
Yeah, the Sleeping Shadow. This feels like Golden Kamui to the left. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the session so far? It's nice to see Aram and Christian bounce off of each other. Shut the fuck up, Brennan. Okay. But yeah. Kings don't kneel. Yeah. Like I said, the vibes are just chef's kiss. Like, I really enjoy it. It's just very calm at certain parts. It feels like a Mushishi episode, you know.
I'm back.
Aloha, what are
welcome
your
back.
opinions on barriers?
Awful. Don't bring up barriers around me. This has a different but
And don't
unique
put
vibe.
up barriers either.
Yeah, this is a very different but unique vibe. Yeah, like I really like Daisuisen as a project, just like as a whole, because I feel like it's something completely different from what we normally do in a lot of our shit. Because this is like, you can watch these episodes like separately. Like, you don't have to be caught up. Like, you could watch
Yeah.
this without watching God of Nothing, for example. So it's like sometimes it's hard to catch up to our content sometimes if you get like behind. But with Daisuisen, it's just like, it's like individual experiences, also with different like vibes. It's the same thing, but this, like, due to the PC being very different and all of us having very different like styles to us, right? It's just like everyone is gonna have like a different like favorite session, because it's just like, as different people, you're going to like these different vibes, you know? It's great. Feel like complete stories in themselves. Yeah, that's what I liked about the previous one, where it's just like, it's like a movie experience, you know, where it's just like you afterwards you sit there and you're like, yeah. Welcome back, Christian.
Hello. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just talking. I got done with my sentence by the time you came back.
Oh,
I was
nice,
just
cool.
complimenting you, bro.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I like
anytime,
that
bro.
Suisun's always late.
Yeah.
yeah. God, that's true, isn't it? Oh,
I'm really happy that this went the way it did, with him just being
Yeah.
completely fucking snowed by
Yeah.
the fire,
yeah.
It-
I was like-
creating this weird moral dilemma.
yeah. A great.
I was just
oh
like-
no, he's stupid.
Oh, no,
He's
fuck.
an idiot. No. Yeah, I loved the angle too. Of it just like, it kept going. I was like, yeah, time flies. He still doesn't get him. Like, you know what? No, I should give Suisun a chance. And then that 20 drops. And I'm just like, you fucking moron.
I was so happy because I was like, oh no, don't have him figure it out on his own and rob me of the chance to agonize about.
Mm-hmm. And it's that thing where he rolled the die and got triple ones, which is even rarer than that. For him figuring out if something was up. He's just so stupid.
He's not stupid. He's just
He's not
trusting.
stupid. He's
Why
just
would
trusting
He
in
anyone-
just
people.
works off of instinct.
Why would
And,
it-
I mean,
Mhm.
my instincts tell me to trust Baron Monver, Baron Mare, Tiger Lion.
He's
Like-
just he got a jolly face.
You shouldn't
Yeah.
judge him based on what he looks like, because like, he may look like that and talk like that, but what if you'd be the asshole if you assumed anything, you know?
Yeah. Good job.
Jeff
Christian, waiting for the
Bezos
leak
is
music
just
to
a
pick
normal
one.
man.
Thank you, Charisma Dolphin. That's such a nice message. I give all my love and adoration to folks running Daisuisen. It's such a superbly written thing, and I love it. We're figuring it out as we go, for sure.
Oh yeah.
I didn't expect that 20, but yeah. And yeah, I'm sure
Good
the
job
least of
following the
music will
script
kick
with
in.
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
good.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good script, guys. Good script.
Yeah.
Aram's a professional voice actor. He's doing great.
Yeah. I like how he's voicing every character in the show, and just
Yeah, you can't even tell it's me.
you can't even tell that Christian's just been like cooking rice this entire time.
Oh,
Cooking rice with rainwater
yeah,
and mud.
yeah. Oh,
Delicious.
so y'all ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here's the next chunk. So, leaving the swamps and town of Omani behind, you and Suisen prepare to head all the way forward into that mountain range. And now, finally, welcome. Well, let me actually hide these first because you don't know them yet. So, as you depart from the town in the dead of night, with lanterns and a little bit of glowy hair and a candle lighting your path, you head out from Omani. Let me get the music playing again. It's travel time.
Oh, we going on a journey.
We're going on a journey. So,
It's not delivery, it's de journey.
now then, as we go, first off, let me mark on the map where we are going for the first part. You can see the town of Omani down there, and you're honestly not going too far. For somewhere inside that mountain range lies your destination. You're going to be heading up to the mine, and from there, depositing all the way inside. So, and let me get rid of that other one, because that one's been cleared. We're not going up there. So, let's do our first thing first. We're going to roll to die. I'm going to start with Suisen, and then start with you. You could also... That's the... All right, that's 3 things there. Wow, Oh, that's a 6, though. So, because of that 6, we'll be able to look at the very first challenge in front of us so far. Let's just drop those. There we go. And, okay, so this very first one is going to just be simply the mountain pass itself. As you look abroad, you're going to be heading up to those coal mountains again, leaving the bitter blackened suit of Omani behind you. You're going to be traveling your way up that coal ridge peak. The rocky path ahead is rough, slippery, and with plenty of coal-soaked runoff falling from the mountains, it'll be quite a difficult affair. All the same, you attempt to make your way up. This is Challenge 3. A little refresher for travel rules for everyone, and Aaron, it's your first time with it.
Yeah.
We essentially roll a die at the beginning of a travel segment, or at the beginning of any rest we make, which means we roll our 3 attribute dice, toss them down on the board. Any 6s we get means we get to look ahead and see what kind of troubles are ahead of us. You know that this one is going to be Challenge 3, which means it's going to roll a 3d6 plus 3, and if you fail it, there will be a complication. So,
And
as
what
we
are
go...
rolling against that? Roll to do?
Yes, we'll be rolling a roll to do against that. We rolled a die, so you could lock in that blue of yours to have a 6 already ready to go, for example. Do it too. We'll stick with Blue Gang, as it's time to go.
Blue life.
Blue life. We're gonna... Okay, and since Suisen's Traveler, I'm gonna say you take the lead on this one since you know the area better and you got that 6.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just going back to my old... I'm just going to work.
Yeah, really. This is your commute. So, with that in mind, I want you to give me a roll. In fact, that's a pretty good argument for, I think, getting an extra d6 on this roll.
Ooh, I won't turn you down. All right, let's see.
Good.
Swing, bonus d6, 1, and bazinga.
Oh, dang. Let me roll to die there. Okay, you beat it. No complication for you. Let's see if Suisen's luck is going to extend even further into this session. We'll see.
Oh?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so You both almost wordlessly trek up the mountain, kind of making your own path as you go. Not too much ability to help the others, but you do manage to at least be the first one forward. Susan keeps watch, but otherwise sticks to himself as you both silently move through the night, only lighting your lanterns and getting things going once you're far enough out of Omani's sight. And as you move, you find your way up that hill, all the way up to the mountain and further inside. And with that in mind, I'm going to roll fatigue really quick. We take 8 fatigue from this, so that's a decent amount there. We do have some water to drink.
I should have all my previous damage, or is it
No.
healed because a week passed in luxury?
Yeah. Yes, a week passed in luxury. Pure luxury.
Pure
so
sheer luxury.
Yes, so with that, both of you are dropping down by 8. And as you clear the mountain range, you're going to come up to that next spot. That little mine in the mountains. By this point, night's turned to day, and day's decided to turn cloudy and start raining on you as you start coming up on that mine. So, first off, you come up to it, and let me just move you really quick because we're going to go to that map now. As you move on across the rain, you sort of flank yourself up to the mountains themselves. The rain washes away a bit of the swamp stench, and even moving up the mountains has kind of quelled it just a little bit. Instead, you move across, not getting too much sleep the previous night, and starting to feel a bit of the wear on your bodies as you continue to move. Though, you do find it. Entrance. A place you used to call your work. These are the mines. Let me just get things adjusted. Very top for both of you. You step up. Again, the path is kind of slippery. You see some of those woods left abandoned. And you kind of check, and there certainly doesn't seem to be any sign of a cave-in like was reported. You expected that much. You obviously knew that was the case, but Daisuisen kind of makes a small little frown, confirming that fact, which he had assumed as he steps up after you informed him about what was going on. So, as you move, you both find your way up this rainy path. And as you look at that mine, Daisuisen kind of steps on up as well. On the bright side, all that searching we did has only confirmed it for me. It's got to be in here. He kind of moves on up the stairs as well, checking on. You both, almost wordlessly at this point, step on up, unless there's anything you'd like to add. But otherwise, Daisuisen seems content to just start wandering inside the caves.
No, kid's just gonna look around and see if anything has changed since she was last here, which was probably over a year ago now.
Roll the die for me. Or if you already... Yeah. Okay. You check around. They've got a bit more structure up here. Looks like the mine just continued to grow. Looks like some of the rocks that are being shuffled out of the mountain range have just kind of gone silent. There's water pooling alongside of them and kind of leaking through at points. It's like one big gutter, really.
Yeah.
But
so nothing at all has changed.
Yeah. Not a single sign. You start wandering on inside with Daisuisen, and he kind of stops again. Well, I suppose. He kind of turns over. It'll be fair if you take the lead now. This is unfortunately your old occupation slot, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say, also, watch where you step. Water does get in here, and the rocks can get real slippery. Take a tumble in here, you might not come to a stop for 50 feet. You'd be lucky to have a skull left.
He kind of shudders at that. Right, I'll be careful. You stumble on into the coal mines. As you go, that dark exterior, or the light of the exterior fades as you enter the darkness of this place. And as you move deeper into those mines...
I like the recolor.
It's very nice.
Or the reshading, really.
Yeah. Deep into the caves once more. Now, we're going to continue our traveling deeper into this place. as you successfully clear your path beyond those caves, and all you do now is go even deeper. So, let me just drop some music for you as the traveling will continue. All right. Let's see. Where this one? Yeah. It is only when the stench of the swamps is replaced with the musk of an empty mine that you both fully realize that you wandered into a lonely place. The caves laid out before you are vast yet abandoned. They have been mined extensively, and many paths branch off from the center. It is your task to attempt to find the deepest point. And now, I'm going to ask you to roll again.
All right.
This one is going to be a bit more difficult. This is a area of 4.
Ooh, okay, saucy.
All right.
And this is roll to do again, right? Can I
Yes.
keep my swang that I had
Yes, you
locked
can.
ang? Okay.
Absolute lang. Let's see how
Do I
Susan
get
does.
digging for this?
This I'm going to say this would apply. You are dealing with an area which you've dug through previously, and I think the knowledge of your digging and the paths you take and how you dig into the mine is something you could apply. So
Yeah.
you are going to be a good guide for this.
Sha!
Let's see. That's a good one then. So, if not for your knowledge, you might have been lost in this place. But managing to find your way across, you dive deeper into the cave. You gain nothing, or you lose nothing from this. Suisen seems to be a bit lost inside of this place, and probably never used to these kind of cramped atmospheres, at least not like this. Not with this kind of place. And as you delve deeper, you both end up stumbling on into this cave network. Let me just drop you both here. Something curious about it, though. You step on in, and as you went, you kind of move on through, and you notice that there are a few of those lights that are left on. See, the mayor, he isn't one to indulge anything for the people. However, increasing productivity is very, very important to him. Though clothes on their back might be somewhat optional at times, lighting is very, very important. So, as you stumble through, you see that even still, some of these lights are left on. They seem to have been almost kept here in this way. You're kind of curious. Perhaps someone has been here recently? Doesn't seem as abandoned as you thought. Though, mining hours have already passed, so it's not like people are actively mining in it now. But it does send this feeling down your back. Just a little prick of anxiety along your neck as you just sort of kind of check around a little bit. Ko, you ever had to steal before?
Oh, I think there may have been a brief street urchin phase in between her last job and her current one, so it's possible, but I'm sure it's never her first choice, so it's probably not something she's entirely comfortable with.
Okay, yeah. In which case, I'd say the exact same anxiety you felt then in that period of having to do it, where you weren't quite sure why you're in it, but you knew you had to or that you were going to. A similar kind of thing kind of plays on your mind where you've got to do this, or at least you've resolved yourself to. But that fear of being caught or someone lurking honestly gets you more on end than any sort of spirit that might be lurking down here. The same. You also haven't seen any sort of sign of why they've closed down yet. You look around, seems like plenty of the goods are still left on the shelf. You notice pickaxes, boxes, everything like that. This place has been closed for a while now, all the same. Susan kind of peeks around, notices the edge and all that stuff, and sort of just kind of sticks to the pathway, moving along carefully. And
What's all this for? Who's been
I'm not
working
sure.
this place? I ain't heard no one from town going up to the mine.
He kind of stops and checks. Has there been really no progress here?
Well, first time the mine shut down weren't because of a problem exactly. Mine was still fine, still plenty of coal to dig up, but this here's where I found that that thing I was telling you about before. Dug it up out of here, handed it over. Well, that guy up and died that very night, and not a lot of enthusiasm to come back down in these tunnels and dig up more stuff after that, you know? That's why they shut the place down.
Let me see. Kind of considers that a little bit. And yet, he kind of gestures around. That happened a while ago, and the lights are still on, so. He kind of carefully steps over the land bridge across this like little ravine here and moves to the other side. And then sees that it's okay and is just kind of like takes a deep breath as he moves across.
Yeah, don't you worry. If I see any bad wood, I'll point it out.
Thank
These
you. He kind of
things
steps back and lets you go forward again.
She kind of thumps it with her boot once or twice. Seems sturdy enough. This place is in pretty good repair, all things considered.
Yeah. In fact, this is roll to do for me. There's something strange here.
No. Is this another like mine-related thing, or should I?
Yes, it is. It's about digging. Absolutely.
Digging
time. Oh wow. Okay. Perfect.
Reveal to me your secrets, GM.
Kid, you step across this threshold, pressing your foot across the wood, and you notice this is newer. This has been laid long after the mine was supposed to be shut down. You kind of look across. Even the small reopenings, this would have been too new. This is... You kind of move across, stepping this way. There seems to be a few mislaid rocks and wood, etc. in that direction. That's a path that hasn't been finished yet. They were digging here very recently.
That's to the south, is the way that hasn't been finished?
Yes. They've been here, and beyond that, they've been shifting rocks out. You're not quite sure when they do it, but they come up here. They must mine some. It does fill you once more with that concern. You all should be in and out of here quick, because, well, if you don't know when they come, but they are still coming, they'll be back. They might be on their way now.
She squats down at the edge of this unfinished thing here. They're still building. They're building new paths in here.
He kind of checks down and looks. New paths, huh? Guess the mayor had plenty of other things he wasn't willing to tell anyone. Should have expected that. He kind of scratches his head. He then kind of ponders something. I think we should go quick. I wonder if maybe that mayor might have had more reasons than just money to keep me here. He kind of...
Like spirity, cursy reasons?
I'd say so. He kind of looks straight ahead. What's over there? I'm seeing some kind of glimmer of some kind.
What is over there?
There's a wall there. Yeah, but the cave wall, it's almost like a glitter, like maybe how some ore might appear on the wall, but as you check, you notice, no, there's no ore there at all. That's an entrance. An entrance that's been cracked into and dug open.
It reaches down and grabs up like a board or a loose rock or something and just hucks it across to confirm that there is a tunnel that continues that way.
You can confirm, tossing it over. It drifts across and lands, and directly across it almost skitters across that ground into that other room where you hear it hit a different type of material.
Well, watch your step, pretty boy. I think that's our way forward.
You step on up with him. He moves across, and as he goes, you both step up, and taking your first steps, you slip past into this space. It's actually a lot easier for you. You're pretty small. You can get into this spot's okay. You pull yourself through, and on the other side, you honestly don't know what to think. Your
What?
companion slips on through, pulling himself through as well, and kind of dips on this side. And then he kind of looks, and there's like, you kind of see that too. What? This isn't, this is new.
I'll say.
Suisun also kind of drops out as he just kind of surprised. What is this? There seem to be some symbols on the floor that almost glow. That was that hum, that kind of humming, bright sensation that was existing as you got closer, that was drifting through. It was glowing of some kind. Susan checks this. I can tell you I have no idea what this is. Out of my forte for sure.
What do these different colored areas of floor appear to be? These Tetris blocks.
Huh. It appears to be... You can kind of check and look at it, and it almost seems like it's some kind of like... some kind of symbol of some kind, but it's faded down to this area now. It's faded away into this spot, to this kind of level.
And what's
You
this
kind
thing
of-
in the center? Is this raised? Is it a depression?
It is a depression, actually. You can kind of, except you notice that in the center it seems to be raised. Some kind of strange pedestal of some sort. Do you want to...
He kind of gingerly tinks it once or twice with the corner of her shovel blade.
As you think it, you notice it sort of presses in a little bit. It kind of locks down inside. And in that moment, there's a shift, a tumble. You feel the earth shake underneath your feet. As almost immediately
spit.
you kind of stumble down, and kind of lifting yourself back up, you look across and you notice this little exit here. It's raising away from you. No, that's not right at all. You're going down. The entire platform you stand on drifts away until the last lights that drifted in from that system are gone, leaving you both deep alone within the mountain, with only the light of this lift and your own helmet and glow left.
Well, I'll say, of the things that I expected you might decide were in the secret abandoned mine, crashed alien spacecraft, not at the top of my list.
We'll see. So, as you start drifting on through, you end up shifting around a little bit, and honestly, beyond the just level of confusion you have, you're honestly a bit perplexed above anything. Stumbling down here, bottom left, you find yourself in somewhere deeper in the mountain. Suisun, once the darkness started to extend, is starting to look a little bit under the weather again. He sort of takes some deep breaths, kind of standing next to the sort of humming glow of the lift itself. He kind of checks around. You wouldn't think the mayor got this installed, would you?
Well, it doesn't look like any of the decor I've ever seen him put in his house, that's for sure.
Well,
I don't know how much it would cost to build whatever this is, but it might be even more money than he has.
Yeah, it sounds a little unlikely. Besides, I think out of his taste, he kind of nudges at this little symbol, which doesn't seem to react or move or break apart at all. It almost seems to meet with his boot as he sort of backs up away. Well, the way, I suppose.
She stops around here, seeing his initial reaction and the way he was lingering near the glow in here. She just wordlessly removes the candle from her helmet and hands it to him.
Oh my gosh. He kind of takes it and holds it. And he's like, no, it's fine. He goes over and kind of like tries to catch up and tries to place it back on, but you maintain pace and he can't catch up. Besides kind of running up, hang on, I've got a lantern. It's fine. I can just light it.
No, she just keeps going forward, staying like 2 steps ahead of him at all time.
He, all the same, lights up his lantern and holds a candle in that too, kind of feeling immensely embarrassed, but all the same walks. Kid, you look to either side. The water here is glowing a bit too, with the reflection of the light. There is some light here. Susan kind of seems to approach up. It's still not quite enough, but there's some strange rocks down here, and also fungal growth. Maybe surviving off of the water that splashes on through here or something, but it all seems a little weird, a little unlikely. This whole place feels strange.
Looking around this place, are there any visible veins of coal or signs that this has been mined or excavated, or does it seem like we're now in a natural cavern?
This is a weird one. It seems as though potentially this part might be a natural cavern, though there seems to be segments of it that feel off. I'd like you to roll to do for me again.
Let's see. Choose attribute none. Is this with digging bonus or without?
This is with digging bonus.
Okay. I do one thing and one thing only.
You do, yeah.
I sell digging and digging accessories.
You crouch down next to this water formation. It appears to be an offset of an underwater river of some sort. You guys went down deep. All the same, you check around and you notice that this room in general seems... This part feels natural, but that little outcrop back there, and also the path ahead, you're not quite sure. It feels as though there's been some sort of manipulation of this place. Though, all the same, as you check back, you kind of look ahead and keep exploring around the area, Susan kind of pulling behind you. As you step up, you notice that there seems to be some light life here. Fungi that's just sort of living off of the dampness and the dark. And as you step up, you notice more of those formations again that almost seem to glow with a bit of a light to them. As you check it, you notice they seem to be. And there's something that seems to be off about them. They're coming from these protrusions from the earth. These sort of holes that almost seem to spring out. The earth cracking and almost jutting out and reforming. It feels as though you have no idea what's going on here. But at the very least, there's some really strange formations that seem to have been reformed in this place. It's almost like the ground is bursting out of itself. You couldn't even begin to say what's going on or why this cavern formed this way. But you can pretty safely say it's weird.
Spirit?
He kind of checks as he looks around. Well, there is still... I suppose so. He kind of checks. He kind of looks down at this. I don't know. It looks like... He kind of puts down low and... do you have any more candles?
She fishes around in her pack. I'm sure she carries spares.
Yeah, it's probably what you have lit right now. All right, in that case, he grabs this candle and lifts it over. I'll pay for this one. He drops it down, and as it flies on down, it falls a deep distance, and then he hears a splash down there. And then he kind of checks around at the different areas here. I think this used to be a water vein, but it's sort of drifted down. He kind of checks around. It looks like there's been some kind of water erosion in the area. But he kind of looks back over here now, too, gazing at those crystals and how they jut up. That doesn't feel natural. I hope it's our spirit.
What else you thinking it might be?
I prefer not to think about that. He stumbles up. You both notice, ahead, there's more light. This tunnel seems to dig even deeper, going further, jutting off as like a little bit of a stream. Or at least what was once there of a stream, drained by the fissures in the earth. And as you go, we're going to roll again as you're entering a new travel section. And let's give a do roll here. We've both dropped, but we can try it fresh here.
Die again?
Not unless we rest.
Okay.
So let's go roll to do complicated really quick. And we're going to try this. Let's go. 14.
14 for me as well. Twinsies.
Yeah. So, okay, twinsies. Let's see how this goes then. There's an exception. Okay. Let me just... This is going to be a hard one. Or not, I guess. Okay.
LOL.
Yeah. So, as you go, this is uncharted territory. This in its own right is, this is kind of uncomfortable. You keep traveling through, and as you go, this is just completely uncharted cave network. This is an entire, almost drained underwater canal or creek that's been completely shifted around. And as you go, you start to notice something else too. As you go down the path, you start to follow something that seems to be almost obvious, but also confused you at first. You found a bag here. Just a bag. You opened it up, looking inside, and you saw a bunch of discarded, well, burnt pieces of wood. You're not quite sure what the significance of that is, but it just looks like trash. You kind of toss it to the side. But then you kind of get a hunch, and you start following that path. The path that took you away from that little lake before, and instead brought you all the way down to something that kind of takes you for surprise. The lift on its own was already surprise enough. As you get deeper, you find something buried here. Something buried deep. Except something's not quite the right term for it. You find everything here. Bottom right.
I'm scrolling.
Here, there we go.
Oh, wow, yeah, this is a big boy.
As you and Suisen start to stumble on inside, the thing that makes you stop is this. It's a house. Or at least what remained of a house. It appears to be this ruined building, much of the rubble and the foundation sinking in on itself. Appears that there's a lot of stone that's sort of pooling around, and a bunch of wood that's sort of fallen over. A door that's gone collapsed. What? Suisen seems concerned as he sort of turns around, and then at a point, he starts to think about that. Is this some kind of mining shack?
Wow, we never did no mining this deep. Certainly none that took a mystery elevator to get to.
Would you like to go inside?
Yeah.
You head on inside the building.
Token layer bridge.
Yeah. Thank you. You head on inside along with Suisen as you kind of move into this spot. There's just rubble here. Except on the corner, you do realize there's like a small bag. Something just kind of stowed away. And through, you see another broken door.
Does it look like the same kind of bag we found before?
No, it's a different one. It appears to be wrapped up tight, almost cylindrical. And as you kind of go about, you kind of peek at that one a bit. It almost
Position
looks
her
like-
for so that you can exactly see the raised
Yeah.
eyebrow and nothing.
Yeah. That's a bit concerning. You almost think about inspecting it until Suisen goes to the next room and speaks up. Kid, you might want to
What?
look at this.
Ugh. You know, it's common. I don't expect you to know because you didn't work in a mine, but it's common courtesy when you got something down a tunnel. You say what it is. You don't just say, "Oh, come and look at this," because if you just say, "Come and look at this," it could be anything.
And you stuck
She kind of trails off.
Yeah.
What's she looking at?
everything. It's impossible to call something out because there's so much here. A barrel discarded, bags wrapped up, tossed to the side, a barrel that almost looks to the side and looks like it would hold water, but instead seems to leak with a pus. And then over to the side, you see a discarded flag, dirty, rotted food, different sides of bags in their own right, discarded hay, trash, and even weapons, emplacements, and giant structures. Structures that look nothing like Omani, but then look nothing like each other either. All buried here, ruins deep within the earth. As you stumble across, both of you kind of stare in silence as more of these points start to pull themselves out. It's almost looking across. You see so much of this looks unfamiliar, but some of it looks very familiar.
I'm
Like
actively scrolling around the map looking for that fucking red sack.
As you kind of look across, you don't see anything immediately, but you notice some of these bags, some of these boxes, they're marked with a similar type of style as one you'd buy from the store. Everything here is pooled up together. The order of it seems to make very little sense. As you wander through this moon, you almost feel the mustiness of the air from all these assembled, aging items buried away down here, along with some unfortunate smell of some of the mushrooms growing. This... We're getting closer. Kind of stumbles forward a little bit. It's here. He kind of moves across.
Oh, is that like a stream or something? I thought that was a wall.
Yeah, no, this is a dried up stream. In fact, there's something weird there. There seem to have been little pipes that have been assembled deep down here that have almost sort of kind of rotted away. And as you look at them, they also seem a bit out of place, like they've been pulled down deeper. This doesn't seem like a place they're supposed to be laid, despite the dried up stream. As you look over in the corner, you see this other building constructed, crumbling down. And then this other building constructed out of something much stronger, but almost having seemed to have fallen and cracked apart on this little ridge up here and fallen down deeper into the stalagmites. And there's a cannon. That's pretty easy to see.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking this is like concrete and rebar?
You'd be correct.
What in the Sam Hill? What? Who? She kicks the side of the concrete with a foot. Sturdy stuff.
He
Doesn't
kind of
look like
checks
any stone
across.
I've ever seen.
He moves across, kind of
Too
dipping
smooth.
through. He kind of runs his hand along it. I've never seen this either. At least, not in Mitsudai. Let's see if he gets it. I think this is... I've heard about construction goods like this. I even think I've seen a few buildings like this over in some of the 3 cities. But...
He scampers up this little bit of fallen architecture here to try and look at the higher parts of this.
Fair. Also, I realized I forgot to give fatigue damage to us, so we take 7, since I see it here.
Ew.
Ow. So, you're trying to get a farther view up?
Yeah. She wants to
You
look
get
at what appears to be the roof of this building question mark?
It appears weird, all right. It seems most of the things inside are scattered around. It seems to be a husk of a building, if anything. You're not quite sure what the purpose of this is. There appear to be some sort of pipes like those other ones that are jutting out in the inside. You also get a glance over here, and you see something that's a lot more familiar. That looks like some kind of building you'd see in Omani. The construction work of that town, Omani. Familiar. Along with it, you see more goods assembled around. And you basically get a glance at everything in here that you can see.
Well, I don't know. Some of this looks local. Don't know what the hell this thing is. Is this metal?
He kind of looks down. Seems so. You
How
kind
do
of...
you go and put metal inside of stone? Why? Stone's already hard. What's the point?
He kind of stumbles around himself. I'm not sure what the point of any of this is. This is... I'm going to have him roll to do now. And we're going to see if Suisen starts getting it. Let's
Hope he
try...
was saving all of his brain power for this moment.
I suppose he was.
Indeed.
Suisen sits and thinks for a moment, and he starts considering. While he does that, what do you do over here?
I think if this, it looks like there's some collapse here, but is this building in enough of one piece that you can enter it and see what it is?
Yeah, you can kind of dip on through, and as you look across, it appears to be a residential spot. A small little building someone might build off the edge of a town. Something that actually looks a lot more... This would be too expensive for most of the people, but if someone was, say, taking a stay or had to spend an extended period of time here, this would be where they'd stay. There's
Shit, they put an Airbnb down here.
All around, assembled, it's still torn up. There are a few goods, but mostly stuff that seems to have piled in. If you'd had to guess, this place was cleared out before it got down here.
Has Ko ever seen this building on the surface? Kind of a stab in the dark, but...
Okay. Yeah, roll for me. You rolled a do to see if you can figure this out. All right. None that you've ever seen, like you know, it's all rich and all that stuff. But Suisen ends up approaching and speaking up. This is a storehouse. No, this is... He kind of considers, and as he kind of checks up and kind of looks over and then sees the large jutting of crystals beyond the ridge, and he kind of checks over this side instead of trying to scale it and looks at the holes again, and he kind of turns back around. This area's been drained. This isn't storage per se. I think this is our core spirit. It was trying to grow things here. It was trying to... He kind of thinks, and there's an expression that falls on his face. A core spirit of growth, by its nature, understands how to grow. That's what it's been gifted with, what its power is. Though, to be tasked by a bunch of people to destroy or throw away, to get rid of things, it would make sense it would manifest by trying to grow somewhere else. All of these strange growths here, the assembly of all these goods, it's like it's trying to follow the instructions it's always been laid to grow a town, but grow it away from where people will see to make them happy. I think we've stumbled upon a little makeshift underground city. But he stops. But I don't know why that's here. He points over at the cement and some of this other stuff too. He kind of checks over at you again. I wouldn't happen to know if you know anything about Omani's history.
Well, of the past 7-8 years, maybe. I know it's been here an awful lot longer than I have. but my understanding is it's always been Mitsudai's dumping ground.
He kind of considers that ever since Omani was founded, right?
Yeah, they probably founded it. I mean, it was a mining town, I believe. Wanted to take stuff out of the earth, but it turned out most out-of-towners would stop by and use it to put stuff in, because no one had any reason to come here except they worked here.
He considers that a little bit more. All right. Well, scratching at his chin a little bit. I guess something feels off, but I don't think we're going to figure it out by standing around here any longer. Let's head a little deeper, if that's okay.
Said I'd take you to the deepest place. We ain't there yet.
He stumbles forward with you. Suppose not. Both of you end up departing deeper into the cave system. This time, you head out and you're going to... Let me just bring you back to the travel map. You find yourself plunging even deeper into this place. Moving across until eventually you find... Let's just put that here. You're going to be heading to one bit deeper into the mine. Let me just make sure that it's all ready to go, and I'll drag you back to the travel screen.
Do we have the indicated supplies? It feels like it would be prudent
Yes.
to expend water to
Yes.
heal so that because otherwise we'll probably get wounded off of the fatigue damage.
Absolutely. We have 4 water right now, and I think at the very least, let's try to roll 2 each. Suisun will get a bonus from this because of one of the gifts he has, which puts him at 4 back. Okay, he gets up to 9, and you can roll a d6 to restore some as well.
Just a flat d6?
Yes.
Glug, glug.
Hey, 4. All right, you're back up to 9 too. So, and as you continued heading across, it was eventually the sound of running water that alerted you to the path forward. An underwater stream that flowed nearby. One of the culprits of the runoff into the town of Omani, perhaps where the water drained to. It feels like the night's direction. With man-made caverns having turned to nature's whim, it still proved a little difficult to step forward. This is going to be... Just beat a 3d6 plus 3. I say, rolling high.
Let's see.
Oh.
Roll to do and 1d6. Do. Does
Oh,
meets
wow,
it,
we-
beats it? Question mark?
Rolls the die over, right? But that's my roll for Suisun. Let's see. I can roll one fresh for you. Yeah. So you managed to pull your way through all the sand. You travel across this stream, move over. We're going to take a little bit of damage. Prudent. We would have been wounded. So, we go down to 4 HP each. Or I actually should be rolling separately for you.
Don't kill
As
me.
you take... Oh!
Fuck you!
Fuck, you're wounded! Whoops. So, okay, what do you want to wound? What do you want to wound out?
Oh, what does it make sense to wound out here? Shit. The, man, sucks.
If it helps your decision, we're reaching the final tile now, so there's no more traveling after this.
I think, paradoxically, I'm gonna wound yellow. I'm gonna wound the digging stat. You'd
Fair.
never believe it, but the other two might. I feel now are in a position to get potentially more payoff.
Yes, and as you sort of stumble across again, you, at a certain point, you've wandered into this mine and you've run out of the point where you've ever had any familiarity with it. As you take those final steps forward, you feel yourself almost just coming to the end of that point, reaching a new area that's sort of beyond you. I'm going to have you roll to die so you can
Yeah,
restore
okay,
3 HP. Oh, you take yours.
Yeah, and I'll yeah, she's a little miffed off with that.
Yeah.
I'll take my 6 HP.
You're feeling
Hot
exhausted.
dog.
You've moved across here. At the end, despite your ability to move on forward, you're kind of lagging behind Suisen as he sort of starts getting up and going more. It kind of annoys you in a way, but all the same, you decide that at this point, just digging through the problem, going through in this way, at this final stretch, you sort of lag behind, and Suisen ends up taking the front. As you both head deeper in, you pass that raging water of the underneath, and you find yourself on a new path, once more linking up and stumbling into another one of these little bastions of things. Moving across, you notice this little hanging roof that almost acts as like a torii here, just sort of weighing above. And Suisen and you, despite being exhausted, Suisen kind of looks at that thing and just kind of looks down at you. Same old ritual?
I would love to, but I have once again been having my legs amputated.
Okay, hang on. Here you go, kid. Let me just shrink you to the correct size. You need to become tiny.
Now I'm as tall as you.
No.
Shit.
With that, Susan kind of scrambles up and just kind of slides along the wall for a bit as you, lacking really a pull to clink on, you just kind of, what do you hit?
Oh, was she definitely... She does that, you know how people like to, like, jump up and slap the top of the door frame as they go through? She whacks the top of the frame with the tip of the shovel blade as she goes.
He hops on down, you whack it, and you both look ahead. Well then. All right. Kind of looks ahead. This is getting awfully... He kind of checks around. And you both start stumbling forward a bit. And you notice a bunch of things assembled. And as you go, you notice sitting right here, it's that bag. He kind of looks down. What's that?
Mayor had me bury this about a week ago. This is what I was working on the day you popped up out of that swamp.
Huh. It got all the way down here? He kind of checks across. It must have been pulled along the river then. And then he kind of checks and looks up at the roof, and you notice there are a few holes and marks here. And then he kind of thinks, okay, strange. It listened to you then. He kind of considers this. Do you think it's up ahead?
Might be. It is out of... has wounded Yellow and therefore exhausted her professional courtesy. She's untying the sack. What's in the sack? She wants to know what's in the sack.
All right, you untie this sack, and as you start kind of unraveling it, your hands drift through that mud a bit as you kind of pull it open. And with that, sort of plopping out directly on the ground, you notice that's really weird. You were expecting some kind of like... You were expecting like maybe a person or something like that, something akin to some sort of human being that was buried there, something that needed to be forgotten. But instead you notice this, it's a deer, a small one too, and its eyes are pulled wide open, not by something on the outside, but almost stuck staring. And there appears to be some sort of cursed reflection in its eyes, something that seems to send fear down your spine. Something that is absolutely dead, yet saw something that probably should be dead.
And that was not what she expected. Honestly, she thought her most likely guess was her number one response on the family feud board was indeed corpse.
Yeah.
Like human corpse. Although it felt a little too light to be that. But she was not expecting this. She has never seen a live deer. She only knows them from the mayor's office. And although she is repulsed by the rictus of fear that this creature clearly died with, she her expression remains steady, and she gives it that same gentle pat on the snout before moving on.
You start going past. Suizen kind of has been staring at it, and he makes an observation that you didn't really occur to you, probably just because it was a body, or maybe it's because it's Omani and these kind of things are common. It looks starving.
It was pretty light, I suppose, for a fairly big critter.
You kind of inspect it again and you realize this thing didn't die of some sort of fright or killing monster or some kind of intent like that. It starved to death, probably somewhere down here. All the same, it still had that look. Something stuck with it during those endpoints, and it's honestly something you don't really want to think about anymore. It's kind of very unnerving, actually. I think we should get done here quickly. Come on, I think it's ahead. I'm starting to feel something. He kind of reaches over, just in case. He goes over and places some tag on this little rock pillar and over here as well, and just kind of like, I think, just in case things don't go too well. Gotta be careful, gotta stay professional, all that stuff. He kind of takes out some water and takes a drink himself to hopefully maybe just be a little more prepared for this. Let's see. 4 more HP, so he's going to be back up to 13.
Oh, well, if we're having our final smonk, I would
Yeah.
also like to smonk.
Yeah, you both sit down and take a drink in here. Roll for me and see how much you get back.
Get up from my 6 that I had before. Okay, so I got 9.
All right, nice. And with that, the only path that remains for you is forward. You stumble off and you enter a vast chamber. This place is... At this point, you've seen quite a number of strange things. And this is no exception. This is just as strange, but also at this point you feel yourself steeled. It's not a surprise anymore to see something strange in this place. In fact, you expect it. All the same, as you round that corner, you see a pit. And in this pit, perhaps not the contents themselves surprise you, but instead maybe the scale. You step on inside.
That map looked very different in color. I realized it with great timing, my flux had started coming on as we got deeper and deeper into the cave. So all the orange glow was very orange.
Very intense, yeah. So you stumble on inside and you see this vast chamber that's just filled with things, sucked deep into the earth and deposited at the center. Suizen steps forward and kind of starts moving down with you as you both sort of start stumbling on. And he kind of lets you take the lead first as you both go down with that sort of slow assurance. He's kind of following your steps as you go and kind of rounds the corner. You see a changing folder. You see a rug, rope, goods for sale, weaponry, flags, chests. There's just everything. So much here. It's like a treasure hoard, except all of this treasure are things that should be forgotten. Goods that were tossed away, sacrifices, just pure trash. Everything assembled around you as you both set to depart, heading deeper across these narrow paths that threaten to fall apart the moment you step on them. All the same, you expertly maneuver your way around, it proving to be a little easier for you to maneuver than Suisen. After all, your height kind of helps. As you go, Suisen stops. As he looks down, something in the center, and his face catches, not in fear or shock or horror like has been experienced before, but it's that face again. The one that disappeared after you told him to stop. All the same, it comes back as he looks down at something at the center of the room. You don't understand until maybe it was something you weren't seeing. Amidst those floating strange particles that drifted at the center, it was there. You can say that for sure. But you only noticed it after you tried to look. Looking in the distance between two trees. That which exists smuggled between our reality and another. Something created deep, deep within the earth. This thing is resting here, holding itself firm amidst this pile of collected things. A kingdom growing larger and larger every day. Except, that is no longer its intent. It sits, idling there, an eye shifting directly across at you. I want you to roll to die for me.
Boy, let me make sure that I think this is still correctly wounded out, but if not, just remove the yellow die from this.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
You feel that almost same kind of primal fear kind of drift across you, and honestly, you feel like it's clicking with you in a strange way. You feel so hungry. You've always felt a little bit hungry in Omani, but maybe because of eating, it doesn't pull so quickly. All the same, you're reminded of how you've been out here all day and you haven't really stood to eat. You feel your stomach just retching up almost. And you feel some of that kind of click and snap in. Aram, I want you to tell me, what is it that Ko wants more than anything? What is it that Ko wants that she feels like she can't get enough of, that's too far out of her grasp?
Huh. Um,
Even answers like food is totally viable. It's anything.
I think... I think it would be... some... I think it would be to be treated as someone, treated as a person rather than a specter, a nuisance, or a burden. I think it would be someone who would want to be with her and help her without expecting something in return, because that's such an utterly alien concept to her, yet one that is very tantalizing to imagine.
That's a feeling that sinks deep into your heart, and it's something that you'd willed and want for a long time. As you sort of step across, you kind of feel that sinking into your gut, and you feel a hand drift over and kind of tap against your shoulder for a bit, as it sort of pulls you back for a moment, as you feel yourself grounded once again, at least for a moment, as almost that the influence is almost cut away in a second as soon as you're kind of pulled back. What did you feel?
Hey boy, I don't like how that cauliflower is looking at me.
He stops. Something about you saying that almost brings a smile back to his face for a moment. It's not... If you're feeling anything, that's not what it's intending. That's He kind of stops and steps past. I think I can handle this part, but I could still use some help. He kind of moves past, walking past the clothing. If you can step closer. He moves down, and you kind of start walking. He looks at it as he starts departing down. It all makes sense to him now. He kind of turns around and he notices that once again it's still watching, and he notices you, and he kind of brings your attention back. That's not an eye, at least not in the way we're doing it. It might seem like it, but it doesn't see you, at least not in the conventional way. That's not a... When I came down here, I thought this would still be a core spirit of growth, though that's not seemed the case anymore. He kind of stumbles along through. All along, I think I saw the signs, but didn't quite see it. It's not weighed by the burden of people holding expectations. It left that away a long time ago. Kind of steps up, moving through. The multiple almost floating particles kind of seem to disperse as he comes closer, floating away as you're all just left alone with this thing. Susan looks across. This has become a core spirit of appetite, raw hunger. He kind of steps over to the side, looking at it again. When it continued to grow, that growth was never enough, and people started hungering for something else besides, well, a bigger community, a better life. And I think it started to... He kind of approaches and sees the thing. He turns around to you. You've been able to bury things, right?
He nods.
He can kind of moves back to the side. You've felt something when you saw it, didn't you?
Yeah.
He kind of checks across at it. It's not weakening anymore. That's the wrong way to put it. It's become like a snake that's emptying out its stomach to swallow a particularly large meal. You remember those things back outside, all of those buildings?
What about him?
I think in past there must have been communities, outposts, mines, etc. all around Omani. And all in the past, it must have drifted into this state, even then. It's trying to swallow Omani whole. That's what I'm feeling, at least. He kind of considers you again. And it looks like it's about ready. Probably only a couple more days. He kind of
swallow Omani.
He kind of regards you directly, a very serious expression on his face. It's trying to answer the prayers of people who want things to disappear. There is no way to make everything disappear forever. The swamp only runs so deep. The ground only runs so deep. Eventually, everything's going to get filled up as it has. This thing has rested here for centuries, and it's never been enough. It knows it needs to get bigger. It's trying to swallow bigger, more at once, and drag it down. It's been draining the mountains so that it can make a room for that. It's probably why things have been pooling out into Omani itself for so long. Bunch of minerals mixing with the water, washing out from the mountain along with rocks. Kind of considers the thing again. It shouldn't stay here. It needs to go, but... And one more time, he kind of turns over to you. Hey, kid. What do you think we should do with it?
She kind of holds her shovel in one hand, kind of taps it against her other while thinking, well, I reckon I got some practice picking things up, putting them somewhere else. If it's got to go, why not put it somewhere else?
He kind of considers that too. I think that would be quite nice, yes. If there's anyone who could find a place where it could finally sleep, I'm sure that'd be you. You're pretty good at this, aren't you?
But I don't know anywhere outside of Omani. Yeah.
He kind of considers that. Would you like to go on a trip? Not much to carry with.
She kind of swallows heavily and blinks a few times. I don't know what all's out there.
He kind of considers that for a moment. There's a lot out there. There are cities that sit on the coast with large fish that swim out over the ocean. There are some villages that have dirt that's green instead of black. It's pretty scary out there, but you seem to have dealt with stuff here pretty well. If you'd like to go, I could take you.
They got dongos?
He smiles. Oh, they've got loads of dongos out there. Here, I can make mine first treat. How about that?
Well, that sounds pretty good, I guess.
He kind of smiles. That'll be for work, of course, but after we're out, if you need anything, you're free to travel along for a little bit longer.
Hang on, how many dongos is a poor traveler like yourself gonna be able to buy anyway?
He kind of makes a clicking with his lips as he kind of considers. Well, I can make do. I got a. He kind of pulls out a bag. I got paid a pretty hefty price after all.
Then I suppose I could come along. For a little while, anyway.
Yeah. But first, he kind of turns over. Someone else needs to be told they're allowed to leave too. Would you like to give a hand with that? I think you're more in sync with this thing than I am.
He very, very cautiously approaches. And takes the shovel, kind of taps it into the ground a few times. Is it actually soft enough to dig?
You digging it. You don't think you can really dig with this, so
Yeah,
instead
she
you might
passes
have
the
to
ground. She's like, this is the only way I know.
Yeah.
Like,
he
taps
kind
it
of
a few
moves over to
times.
the side and it's like not quite like that. It'll be good to come with us, but you need to try something else. He kind of considers and then feels a bit of pride swell up as he says something very stupid. You need to dig to its heart. You got me? He kind of... You need to talk to it. You were scared and pulled away earlier. Can you try to hear it out this time?
I suppose I will.
He kind of moves up and you feel yourself shifting up there. And you feel a weight and a bit of anxiety kind of shifting across as you look at this thing staring down at you. I can't see you, but what does that mean? It's right there. Susan kind of shifts up.
Hey there, Mr. Cauliflower. Well, that's not your name, huh? Does it have a name?
He kind of considers. Why not just go with appetite, huh?
Well then, hi there. Mr. Appetite.
The spirit kind of shifts and rumbles around, and you start to feel that connection there. You start to feel it click onto your mind and start to connect with you. How does that make you feel?
I'd like to roll to die.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, that's lovely. I was hoping blue would win.
Ko, how about you describe to me first how you're feeling?
She kind of uncertainly reaches out a hand, even though she has really no idea whether this thing even has a physical form per se, or whether this is all just, I don't know, a smoke monster or whatever type situation. She feels she doesn't like the feeling of vulnerability, of kind of being seen. And she does her best to keep her face completely, as you see, expressionless as she approaches this thing. But it's pretty much a futile exercise. She can tell as
Mhm.
soon as she starts interacting with this thing that it understands her pretty much immediately. Um, and it's a difficult thing for her, but just barely. The She lets the years of basically having to live as an adult and deal with all of the cynicism and concern over other people's intentions fade away for just a moment. And for this moment only, she decides to consider this thing with the mind and with the eyes of the child that she is.
You stare up, finally pulling away years of barriers that have formed like soot on your face and body. As it all pulls back and you stare at this thing and you realize that eye in its own right is empty. But as you reach forward, you see this thing truly underneath, lying beneath this thing once more. As it finally looks back and you see its form start to reshape in front of you. As you look at this thing, it breaks open a little bit, and finally you connect and you feel that rush over you. I want you to roll to do for me. This is a very important one. It's going to be a bit difficult. I'm going to roll that. You got to beat a 17.
Okay. Do. Swang. I'd like to use my my head down, heat up, because she's finally here at the threshold of this unimaginable crazy journey. And she's fucking done with not frankly, she's gotten her way too few times over the past week. She's like weirdly unwilling to fuck this up in front of this strange man who she is a weird bond with. So I'm going to spend one of my Angie dice.
Yeah, roll a d6 for
And
that then.
yeah, add this. Oh,
That's
just
just
enough.
enough. Just enough. So you feel yourself being pulled in. You feel that washing over you, and it immediately starts dipping in, and you feel once again the child inside sort of panic and almost try to jolt back, but you stand because as you pull back, you realize that if you back up, you're going to hit someone behind you, aren't you? So instead, you stay forward and you look ahead and you stare at this thing, and past all of that, you feel that pain shifting into you, but you feel something else too on the other side. Your own pain and experiences, that own appetite you felt, also radiates out, and it spills through. It's something that's quite weird, actually. You're both feeding into each other, pouring out that negative feeling, and both of you almost seem to lap it up, you and the spirit. All the same, even though nothing seems to be getting much done right now, you do look directly across. Seems that you did share a commonality. Whether will or not, you and this spirit really wanted someone to listen to you. As you sit there and wait, Daisuisen moves to the side, sitting and positioning himself next to the lockbook. He kind of holds on to his arm, making sure it's secure, it won't be needed. You feel yourself staring, watching, but you also feel yourself witnessed. You are witnessed. Not Kid, but Ko. And eventually, the inescapable torrent of feeling and all those emotions that swish on by end up canceling out, washing away, before kind of piling back in slowly like a puddle on the floor. This thing almost seems to shrink, no longer being as big as imposing as it was before. It almost kind of sits at your height. No face, no eyes, but still staring you straight ahead. Daisuisen kind of stands up, moving up a bit, as he kind of positions himself right above. And you notice he kind of gives you a pat on the shoulder. Damn good job. Honestly, made me it felt even more natural than when I did it. He says, kind of wiping away a tear from his eye. Anyways. Are you feeling okay?
You cry too easy.
Come on. He kind of gives you a little shove on the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
He kind of moves over to the side, and he kind of raises a hand forward, and the spirit kind of like shifts a little bit and goes a little lighter. And inside, he kind of he pulls out a little bit of a. As he kind of sees that happen, he pulls out a teapot. Yeah, this guy always seems to like tea at a certain time of day. It's something you realized after hanging out for him for a while. It's the one little oddity that always remained. Every day at 2 p.m. he'd sit down for tea. You never really asked much, and besides, it was interesting to drink the stuff. Tasted better than the water locally. But this is a different kind. He sort of opens it up and gestures and kind of hands it forward. And you notice the spirit almost seems to kind of slowly almost goop inside of it until he tosses the cap back on after stepping forward with it. And he kind of puts it away inside of his coat. And he kind of turns over to you. Well, suppose we did a good job today. He tops over. Want to go grab some dongos?
Yeah, I reckon I do.
He kind of goes over to the side. Well, all right then. Guess I'm spending all this money immediately, huh? He starts kind of moving off, both of you preparing to leave this place behind. And
Daisuisen,
yeah?
thanks.
Thank you too. He kind of stops himself. You know, I heard your name mentioned a number of times. All the same, I haven't heard it from your voice. Gotta know who I'm buying the dongos for, right?
I suppose so. Most folks in Omani just call me Kid or that kid or hey you. Yeah, my name's Ko.
All right, Ko. Let's get going, huh? He starts stumbling off, and after a moment, you kind of start going as well, following the footsteps and heading off down this path, hoping to find your way out, and for the first time, leave the village of Omani behind you. And as you both head out, meanwhile, across the way, time begins to pass, as eventually, other followers, other people start to find their way out of town, leaving sort of depressingly, having stayed in a while, hoping to find any sort of merchantry at all. Moving out of town, some people are departing. As slowly heading out, Chad, if you're there. Are you okay? You feel some of that stress still kind of piling up there, but besides that, you're back to feeling more anxious than you are stressed.
Yeah. Sorry I kicked that rock. Pretty nice that some water came out of it at least.
I suppose so. He kind of looks down at your kimono, which is soaked. All the same, we should probably get going. Yeah. Come on, there are plenty more towns we could go to. Your other guard steps up. I'm sure one will be more than willing to trade with us.
She takes a step forward, and she actually lands pretty awkwardly on this branch here. She isn't quite used to the new sandals.
Oh, God.
Another day, another pair, as they say.
This one kind of steps up behind. You know, kind of out of the swamp now. Kind of turns over to the side. Gotta admit, it's got a little pretty.
Yeah, it does look nice out here. Huh.
You feel that peace kind of filling in a bit. Omani was a disaster, and honestly, you never want to come back. All the same, though, if you'd have to say, at the very least, you're feeling a little better now. You feel that peace return and that chipper attitude comes back. As you heal Blue.
Yeah.
And as you heal Blue, almost in this exact same circumstance, this very same moment, halfway across into the swamp, straight up inside a certain house somewhere within Omani, someone
I'm sure
is not.
Something very good happens.
Meanwhile, over here, someone is getting absolutely lectured. You big idiot! I told you to keep watch of the mines and keep bringing things out again! Stepping up and going over and just kind of moving back and forth. Tell me, do you know how much money we've just lost?
I don't know. How long do you really think you could have kept the great Suisen on your pinky?
He moves over to the side and kind of considers. Quite a long time, actually. If it wasn't for that brat. He reaches over, grabs the sword, and tosses the sheath away and kind of holds it. Tell me, Azra. What am I going to say to my dear pawn-off friends? Oh, that all of our stuff, our scheme's gone now? Do you know how much... you know, I have a wonderful idea, Azra. I've been thinking, maybe you've been paid a little too much for your expertise in this sort of underdiving situation. He kind of kicks the rice over to the side and turns around and holds the sword. You feel a dread starting to pool up. And as he kind of turns over, I have a wonderful idea. Have you ever heard of... Do you ever know how much people catch for? I've always been looking into that myself, but... And almost immediately on cue, a certain moose, hit with a sandal, kind of hanging loose and slowly over the course of weeks, sort of hanging, dangling off with a little bit of gravity, falls forward and lands on a man's back with weight. It's not enough to kill a man. But he shifts forward, falling over, kind of unsteady, standing in the middle of that spot with his rice. His foot gets caught, and he falls down, bare steel held in his hand, waiting directly beneath him. Azra, as you look directly across, your eyes go wide, and you release out something of a loud scream.
He's dead!
And then, somewhere else, moving out of Omani, two figures are moving. heading out away from the swamp. Ko, you find yourself stepping on some rather dry land, moving across the mountain of far-off vision as you step across directly to the last portion of the swamp. And as you move, you see the trees themselves, the beginning of this new grass, green beneath your feet as you walk. And you have to come to a stop for a moment to appreciate it. Daisuisen stops with you as you both kind of step up here and kind of look directly across. Do you
Wow.
have your...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, what were you going to say?
Well, this is something.
He kind of looks directly across. Yeah, huh? Not more trees and dirt and all that stuff, but I mean, at the least. And here, let me actually give you a new one, because I don't know if you have legs right now.
I do.
Oh, cool. Never mind then. As you step across, you feel that land beneath your feet as Susan kind of steps up as well. Yeah, something a bit special. Just, you've trudged around the swamp for a while on work. Have you ever just sat down and tried to consider, just taking it in, the surroundings?
I mean, for the first couple of years, maybe. Only so much of Omani you want to take in.
Suppose that's fair. He kind of just gets a bit of a face again. It's especially... well, it stinks to say the least. He kind of scrambles up on the rock too and kind of looks across. There's a bit of a bog still present here. All the same, when you leave somewhere, sometimes you kind of miss it. Even if it sucks sometimes. A few things you appreciate, well, when you stop feeling your love of it, just because it's gone doesn't mean it's gone forever. I doubt there's anything to love about Omani, but maybe the trees, maybe the place, something nostalgic.
Yeah, probably won't know till I find myself somewhere else.
He considers that. Yeah, guess not. Well,
You walk in front for the next while.
He turns over as he kind of looks directly at you. Yeah, guess I will. Let's show you what a traveler's path looks like, huh?
She lets him get a little bit ahead, and as soon as he is a bit further and not looking back, she permits herself a brief moment of um she sets the shovel down very briefly, and the whole time she's ever walked anywhere by herself or with Sui-sen, she's had the shovel slung over her shoulder and just walked along with a very minorly gait of slight stoop, walking as quickly and efficiently as possible. And she sets the shovel down, and for just a couple moments, only while he's ahead and not looking, she, expression unchanging, puts her arms out to her side and just runs in a weird circle zigzag, like half skipping at points, and then very, very brief, and then as soon as that's done, like as if he turns around in that split second, has the shovel again, walking exactly
You
as she
grab
was
the
before.
shovel,
Yeah.
you turn around, and you notice as he looks directly across, and you feel this flustered, just awful expression run across your face. He's like, I won't tell anyone. And he starts walking off.
Sorry, that's not the right one. There we go.
Come on, you want your dongos?
Suppose I can't get no dongos from a corpse.
And with that, you follow the steps of someone else for the first time in your life. And with that, we call Land of Bitter Honey to an end. Good job, Aaron. That was great.
Hell yeah.
Ah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Woo!
I
Oh, man.
didn't really know what to expect. Like, even after watching the first session, which didn't have a traditional confrontation, I was really, really
Yeah.
expecting that we'd get down there and fucking Mayor Baron would be like, "That's right, you see, I am planning all. Now I'm going to shoot you with my gun." And we'd have to fight him.
That was an option, so you weren't. That wasn't completely unlikely. That still absolutely could have happened.
Yeah.
Oh God. So
Keep the
Okay.
music. We going
Yes.
through fan art.
we're gonna go through fan art now.
Let me,
Oh man, get
share my
streaming that. I want to see it.
screen. Yeah. I was just getting everything set up, grabbing grabbing the shit, the McFuck.
All right.
Alright. Okay. Thank you. Wait, let me check who made the Imgur, because Lester's ISP has been being a bitch. So Lester, who is the usual carry, hasn't been able to do it today. The Hatman, thank you for making the Imgur tonight in such short notice. First off, from Middle, we got a co. Just vibing.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah.
Just vibing. That's great.
Just
Vibing.
vibing. And then from Chad, we have
Oh.
the core spirit.
My poor boy.
My boy got a
Appetite.
droopy eye.
Hungry.
Mr. Cauliflower.
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr.
Cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
I love how we were talking about hunger for the entire session.
Oh my God.
Dortport.
Dorp, this looks great. I love this.
I-
This style is just
I love
Yeah.
her
perfect
style
for it.
so
It's
much.
like- Yeah.
That's Ko as like a Wind Waker NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
From
Shut the
Smile.
fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
we
Thanks,
gotta-
Smile.
We got a
Looks like
die
Smile's paying
sussy.
for the pizza party.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
God damn it.
This is my favorite thing ever. I want more of this. And then Polaris
Stewie sus.
made another
Oh.
fanfiction for Chapter 2.
Cool.
If you want to read
Excellent.
this, because I know some of us will, you can check out the fan Discord and also the official Discord, where you can find a link to this wonderful piece. And then from Darking, Ways to Exorcist Coquetin My Wife. Edited by Darking. The art on this is by B.
Yeah.
Lucy's
Oh my God, I'm just,
creature.
my brain's just, yeah, I guess. Fuck
Oh,
God.
God. And more
Oh.
from Dortport. I
Oh,
love
thank you
this.
so much for drawing the man. I'm so happy about that. Oh, they look.
Lord.
Oh man.
Alright. And then, it's a Suicide from Darking.
Oh, the Shovel Boy.
Shovel
Suicide.
Boy.
Send me-
Boy.
Suicide. It stars in the Pauper and the Pauper.
Yup.
I hate Omani. All they do is tell me, go, dig boy, go.
Alright, Christian.
I didn't say give it to by the end of the week. Why is my employee betraying me?
Oh, and then part 2, but this time with drip.
I recommended this one.
I love this
Oh.
so. This is like my favorite thing ever. Next.
Yeah!
From Smile.
My
Oh,
power
Angie.
grows.
So fucking angry.
Angie.
I have
Anger.
chosen violence.
I
Oh
get to say
shit.
Oh God, yeah, I saw this in our Discord server we have for it. Fucking
From
damn
Manchi.
it. Thanks, Manchi.
Thanks, Manchi. Oh, and then from Jasper, we got a
Ah,
Ko.
look at her.
I love Ko's little nose.
Yeah.
yeah.
She's a canary, by the way.
I
That's what
saw-
she was. Canary in a coal mine.
Oh,
That's what her hair is based on anyway.
Yeah.
Sort of the canary yellow
So-
with the streaks of silver and black was a particular species that we found.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic. Okay, so with the end of fan art there, that's essentially the wrap of this session, which means now we have a preview for next week. As we have no singular will to lead us astray. We have no prejudice to divide us. We have no impulse to secede from our ecosystem. Next time on Daisuisen, we are the world.